throw the bat and get out. Obviously the umpire responding to the appeal for caught down the leg side with a signal of wide.
Yes, I don't think the bowler can have too many quibbles about that one.
Sympathy for the away sides who will be travelling on Thursday to get to venues on Friday, because temperatures are looking like they're going to be in the mid to high 30s. They keep pushing the forecast maximum on Thursday up day by day. The travelling sides might be rather worn out before they even get on the field. Hence it's very important to be at home if you can. Oh, that's more like it. Lovely clean hit. Just for once, White didn't put it in the right place. And it gave Thane room to play a lovely pick-up shot for 6. Lovely clean hit over just backward square leg.
Well, that virtually doubled the runs that White had given away before that. He'd given away 7 in his previous, 3.4 overs.
And I think it's a demonstration of waiting for the one to hit rather than going at everything.
Oh, absolutely.
Because that was probably the one. It was slightly in the slot. It was middle of leg-ish, I think. That's a bit more like it from White, but tosses the ball away in slight frustration because he'll probably feel that 6 has damaged. It's been a very good spell, but it still has been a good spell. There's no question about that. White number 13 in 4 overs with half the runs from one shot, and Coates given him very good support. Number 14 in 3. He's probably well better than those figures suggest. And 27 for no wicket Essex, but at least the opening pair remaining unscathed after 7 overs.
Absolutely, there are those bowling figures that we've been talking about. But a change from Ben Code, despite those figures of 3 overs, none for 14, as George Hill comes into the attack. And is immediately on the money. He's taken 12 wickets in this competition already this season. Best bowling 3 for 40 against Middlesex. Those 12 wickets at under 22, so yet another of the Yorkshire seamers who has been bowling well so far in this 50 over Metrobank competition. Gives him the charge there, Benkenstein, but can't beat the cover fielder. Yes, it's not often in his career that Benkenstein would have had 8 from the first 22 balls he faced. They have tied him down well so far. And a player running into short cover. But again finds the fielder, no run. His figures look pretty good, Luke Benkenstein in this competition. 227 runs at 32. But of course, of those 227, 140 came in just the one supreme innings down at Glamorgan. And that has lift, bounce. What a good delivery that was from Hill.
Yeah, and 12 wickets, 6 behind Cliff. Best of 3 for 40 and another very good economy rate of 4.36. So again, it just tells a story about how well this bowling unit has done. I mean, White only playing 3 games. Kuldeep Yadav, of course, has been part of the side, played 5 games, did a good job.
Got a couple of 50s as well, George Hill. Again, just tucks up the batter, who can just play it defensively up to mid-on. So a ball away from starting with the maiden, George Hill. I was slightly surprised that Ben Code was taken off, but yet again Dom Best shows that he knows exactly what he's doing. And he does start with a maiden, the second in this opening power play. And after 8 overs, the score is 27 without loss. They just can't get the run rate over 4.
Yeah, I think it's a patient approach at the moment, and keeping wickets in hand is okay from the Essex point of view, but up against a good quality attack. And obviously, I think there's probably on Sunday there was a little bit of an upping in the overall in quality, in depth of Durham in comparison to Glamorgan. So that's given them a little bit of an early adjustment. Interesting game that guy. I just felt that it was masterfully done by that Durham 6th wicket pair. They've just worked out how many runs they needed with that unbeaten century stand, and it turned out to be very fine judgment.
Yes.
It would have helped, of course, if Thane hadn't been run out, but that's one of those things. That was probably a decisive moment.
Yes, but there still should have been plenty, because it wasn't the world's biggest target, but no. I don't think the wicket was pretty hard to score quickly upon. Apart
from Ben Stokes with his cameo, and of course yes. Kevin was expecting him to go on and get 100. I think he made something like 43, I think it was off 27, something like that, but it was a blazing knock from Ben Stokes, who tended to start quite quietly in his innings. But he was going for the runs from the start there.
That's coming right at us.
That's a very, very fine shot. That's
always that slightly scary moment.
Yeah. And it sums up when Benkenstein lines one up and hits it cleanly. It stays hit.
It really did, didn't it? So I think he's only conceded something like 5 scoring shots on his bowling so far. 2 of them, though, have been 6s now. Stokes hit 43 off 27.
Yeah. Good comeback from White, but so we've seen a couple of really good cricket shots, haven't we? From both players. We've seen Thane with that pick-up 6, and we've seen Benkenstein with a lovely shot down the ground there. But what they haven't done is overcommit, as they were doing, particularly Thane against White earlier. So they've cut that out, and I think it's been a bit more effective, because 34 on the 9th over, Yorkshire will be pleased with that, but they haven't taken a wicket yet.
Correct.
And bit of shot selection is paying off for these two, and the runs will come if they stay together. But that reminds me of a few instances sitting in this commentary box. The most famous one, I think, was when the Australians came, and sitting away to the right there was one Pat Murphy, and he was right in the firing line. We had Australia came. I can't remember which tour it would have been, but might have been around about 17, something like that, or before. I'll have to look it up. But had a tour match in the days when we still had tour matches.
And they were peppering the press box, weren't they?
Well, just that one shot did.
Now, talking of Australians, yes, I was here for a Middlesex Gloucestershire match, and we've got in our commentary box, we've got one metal pole between 2 open windows, and that was what Cameron Bancroft hit.
No, you wouldn't want a thunderstorm in that, would you?
No. Well, it felt a bit like it, because there was certainly the thunder, just not the storm.
But on those small grounds, the crowd can be certainly in the firing line, can't they? Nice comeback from White. It's a very impressive spell from him. 5 overs, none for 20. He's gone for those 2 6s, hasn't he? So if you take that out, it's 8 runs from 4 overs and 4 balls that he's conceded. So it's been a very good line and length from him. Thane 19 from 23 and Benkenstein 14 from 31, which of course is uncharacteristically slow in compared to the rate he normally scores at, but he would like to finish this with another big innings, and of course he needs to get a start. It's been tough bowling so far at him, but he's had a very decent campaign.
And that is almost the absolute description of a swish and a miss, and he's very cross with himself, understandably. Thane, no foot movement at all, just flung the bat at that ball, trying to make something happen.
He's tended to look good, Benkenstein, hasn't he, on most of the occasions? He has offered chances, but these two have just looked very good as a combination. It was so good for Benkenstein that it finally paid off for him with that 140 at Cardiff.
This should be out. And it is. And Thane's run of hundreds and 50s comes to a close in the 7th innings. And he goes for 19, but you could sense his frustration, and Hill has now bowled 8 dot balls and a wicket. And Noah Thane goes.
So that's 571 runs for the competition. It'll knock his average back a little bit, but shame that he couldn't get another big score here.
Caught by live of the bowling of Hill for 19.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a fantastic competition. It ends here, but it is. I mean, I can't see how Thane doesn't play in the championship side, particularly because he's the four-seamer. And of course, whereas Mulder was a big reason for him not playing some of the games earlier in the season, I'm sure he will fit in somewhere in the top 6. Where exactly, we shall see. That'll be interesting. But Tom Wesley comes in, say he's also had a pretty good tournament. And maybe with Thane going early, it might just be that Benkenstein is thinking, well, maybe I need to play his type of innings here and stay in and bat for as long as possible. But Yorkshire have deserved that breakthrough through with the persistence and accuracy of their bowling, produced the full shot.
Had to wait till the final over of the power play to do it, but finally forced the false shot. Wesley, who's been in terrific nick as well in this competition, as we mentioned earlier. He's got 360 runs at 60. A couple of hundreds. Very nearly goes first ball through an inside edge, but he survives. But Hill's wonderful start to his spell continues. Very nearly picked up a second wicket in consecutive deliveries.
Basically, the sides have found it hard to get after this Yorkshire attack, haven't they? And by and large, most of their victories have been very comfortable. Perhaps the exception was the 2-wicket win at Neath in a low-scoring game.
Played nicely with soft hands on this occasion, Wesley. The bowler shrieked in frustration, but I'm not quite sure why. It was just a really nice shot.
The only side to, I think the first game, wasn't it? 320, I think Hampshire got. It was that was a fairly comfortable win for Hampshire.
Yeah, 50 runs, wasn't it?
Yeah, so... But by and large, they've been fairly comfortable wins, and they've been very effective chasing down targets, batting second. Notably, they bowled Durham out for 165, which takes a bit of doing.
Well, Don Bessett would have bowled anyway in this if he had won the toss, so they prefer chasing. Essex prefer setting a target.
Yeah, interesting that's the case, because I think if you've got two sides that almost don't need to have a toss, do you? We'll do what we like batting and you like chasing, so everyone's happy. But I can see why Yorkshire like chasing Guy. I think because of the accuracy of the attack,
they don't have to chase very many.
Yeah, that's the key thing. They can build pressure and keep targets within a reasonable range, and since the opening game that's basically what they've done.
Well, Hill's figures are now 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 1, 35 for 1 at the end of the 10th over, so this has been very, very tidy stuff indeed, and they've got rid of the real danger man Noah Thane, so I think probably Yorkshire ahead on points currently.
So code has been switched, partly explains why he only bowled the 3 overs. earlier on, 3 overs for 14, so he's been switched to the Alistair Cook end. Yes, that Group A, where everyone's been beating everybody else, this certainly has been the stronger group of the two in terms of the strength of the sides at the top. That's a good start from Code. Wesley coming down the pitch. Just took a bit of a chance there, but was some way down when the ball struck the pad.
I think it was probably missing a leg as well.
Yeah, so Leicestershire have played out. They're top. They've got 20 points from 8 games and a good net run rate, plus 0.5. Chances are Leicestershire will get through. They may not win the group. They'd like to, but I think they've got a fairly good chance of getting through, and probably with a home tie in the quarter-final at worst, and that'll be important for them because they haven't had too much joy this season in the other 2 competitions. But they have shown good credentials in this one. Of course, they are.
He won it a couple of years ago, didn't he? Yes.
Yeah, and I think I was reading that the hero on that occasion, your namesake,
Harry,
has, I think, announced that
he's retiring.
He's going to retire, which is sad.
It's really sad. 2
sad retirements, actually. The other one, John Turner.
Yes.
He had so much promise.
He was only 25 or something, wasn't he, as well?
John Turner, who, well, Gloucestershire fans will have fond memories of him because I was at Southampton for the final group match of the 2024 campaign. Gloucestershire weren't playing. They needed Hampshire to beat Essex to get through, and of course they eventually won the competition. And Turner was the difference between the 2 sides, produced one of the classic T20 fast bowling performances. So very, very sad news, because he had tremendous potential. Remember, he roughed up Michael Pepper before getting him out. And Pepper at that point was sort of like the big, really big wicket, such was his form. But no, he really was high quality. Leon Swindles, of course, was the star on that day. Maybe Leicestershire will have some more knockout games to come. Someone can be the hero then.
Harry's father is also called Guy.
Yeah,
it's the only other one I've ever found.
So Nottinghamshire have got 16 points, and in fact there are 4 teams on 16 points. Nottinghamshire have the better net run. The net run rate is fairly close between the 4, but Notts in second are playing Surrey in 4th at the Oval. And if Notts win, they will definitely be going through. You would have thought they've already got the best net run rate. So Nottinghamshire in the field after Surrey won the toss, and Surrey, who have a pretty strong top order, 60 for no wicket in the 11th, so they've started well. And actually, Surrey may well need to win well because their net run rate is negative at this particular stage. So also we've got Somerset and Lancashire playing each other. Somerset can still qualify, they're on 12 points, but Lancashire on 16 in 3rd place have got an even run rate, and if Lancashire win that game, they'll be very handily placed, and they're 62 without loss after 10 against Somerset.
That's a very good shot for just 1 from Wesley. Can't find the gap, and not for the first time. Yorkshire's fielding top notch. We've seen 3 really good stops where otherwise the ball would have flown to the boundary.
Keaton Jennings has started well again, over 400 runs in the competition, and he is batting there with Matty Hurst, so Lancashire have started well.
Slightly slower delivery, but nothing Benkenstein can do about it.
Yeah, so Notts look pretty solid to qualify if they beat Surrey, but lots and lots can happen in that group because it is so tight. Kent are still involved.
Is there something that only one team can't?
Yeah, only Gloucestershire can't get through. Kent still have a pretty decent shout, as do Northants.
Oh, that's clothed rather, but it's safely clothed. Didn't get enough on it to take it to mid-on. But it's not for the first time we're seeing batters really struggle to time on this wicket, which has got quite a green tinge to it and certainly seems to be helping the seamers.
Appears to have been a delay actually in that game at Rugby, but Warwickshire and Kent need to win that one, and Warwickshire are batting. They've only had the one over so far.
And that, despite not being timed fully, is too good, and that's the first time really that it's been near a Yorkshire fielder but just about managed to beat him, so well played on this occasion by Benkenstein. 4 runs, much needed boundary, the first conceded since he started his spell by Hill.
So Kent will certainly need to win, particularly if Notts and Lancashire both win. So they're playing Warwickshire today. And the other side still in contention, and Northants, who are playing Gloucestershire, the only team who can't qualify, 61 for 2 in the 11th. Northants, but that is at Cheltenham, where of course whenever Essex used to go to Cheltenham, Gloucestershire turned into the Australian side of the early 2000s. It was quite remarkable.
Unbeatable.
Essex had an awful record at Cheltenham, and it was, I think it's because Gloucestershire's all converted into this super side.
Funny. It's a nice looking shot for one, and we'll bring the end of the over. 6 runs from it, much needed, and still can't get the run rate over 4 though. 42 for 1 after 12.
It's great to have a Cheltenham Festival with us again, and it is a little bit later than it normally is in the season, but got a good set of fixtures. They've had a women's match, they've got the 2 Metrobank games, they've got a championship game coming up, so I'm sure there'll be very good support. And as you leave that ground, you just look across it. There's one of the most magnificent views in the entire country. From a cricket ground. It's just absolutely fantastic. So Code, 4 overs for 15, could come back over. He's right back on his economy rate now, isn't he?
Yes, just under 4.
42 for 1 after 12. But pressure brought about that wicket of Nerthane, and we've seen 2 excellent 6s, 1 from each batter, but what we've also noted is that Essex have really struggled to get the ball away against this very accurate Yorkshire seam attack. So all to play for in that Group A. I mean, literally anything can happen, but Leicestershire, you feel, should be, unless they're very unlucky, should be okay, even though they're not playing for a qualifying place because of their good run rate. And then it remains to be seen who Yorkshire will play, and of course they'll want to be at home. And second place will secure that. There'll be a quarter-final, and the semi-finals coming up on Sunday. So some teams will be playing 5 games in 9 days. Games Friday, Yorkshire I think didn't play on Sunday, but Friday, Sunday, Tuesday, and then Friday and Sunday. It's a very, very heavy schedule, given it's 50 overs, not 20 overs, guys.
It is, but I suppose if you're playing a 4-day county championship match, you can play 96 overs for 4 days running.
Add the travel in the heat.
But the travel in the heat is the difference, absolutely right.
Particularly on Thursday.
Yes, good luck.
Just thought there's a case for this competition. I mean, I would run the T20 Blast slightly differently, so there were more of the games where you're playing different sides from around the country. But if you did that, there's a case for this competition being the two regional groups of 9, just to cut down that travel. And then a bit like the Blast used to be. But we'll see if there's any change in that. It's nicely struck, but good anticipation and bit off to make sure that there was no run there for Wesley.
Nicely fielded by White.
There's a balance, isn't there? There's playing a nice variety of opposition, and then there's trying to avoid too much travel. So the blast has been interesting this season. I'm still not sure they've got it quite right, but I think the games against the more unusual opposition were appreciated. What's going to fascinate me, guys, if some of the fixtures we saw there were some of the more obvious fixtures that you get as cross-pool games, and I just wonder whether we'll get those fixtures again, or whether it will be you just play some size at home once every 12 years.
Yes, I know.
Having the maths, but we'll see what happens. But 44 for 1, Wesley 4, and Benkenstein 20 from 44 has found it really hard going, but he's got himself in, and he certainly won't want to give it away, having spent 44 deliveries getting this far.
Absolutely right. So his strike rate under 50. It has been very hard going at the moment. And Wesley tries to hit that on the up and fails to do so. Also fails to get the edge that Hill must have thought might be coming when he saw the shot.
So I would say, obviously there can be net run rate adjustments, but the most likely case for a Roses quarter-final would be obviously Yorkshire finishing second, which still looks pretty likely. I mean, the only issue would be if they lost this game and Durham won. That's what could push them down.
Again, slightly slower ball, not a bad shot from Wesley, but well fielded in his follow-through.
But it's still a possibility of a Roses clash with either side hosting, but I'm sure Yorkshire would much rather prefer to be the hosts, and let's say if Notts win and Lancashire wins, a fair chance Lancashire will finish third in that group and be the side coming to Yorkshire on Friday. So, but a lot to play for, and it is quite close on net run rate in that other group, where they will be beating each other.
Again, drives nicely, but straight to extra cover. And 3 more dot balls go to the ever-growing collection.
The other thing about Benkenstein, of course, here is that he obviously would like to play as much championship cricket as possible. He's developing all the time, and it's not quite as easy to necessarily find a place for him in the side.
That was quite a high-looking bouncer, and it was eventually called a wide. I wondered if it might be, but I couldn't quite see how Wesley could breach it. So I think worth the attempted short ball from Hill, but just didn't quite get it right.
But obviously it depends on how Essex go about things, with Chris Silverwood back at the helm. But we know that Cox isn't going to be around, so. But Paul Walter and Charlie Allison coming back.
It's well bowled, good recovery from Hill.
But it might be that there might be a bit of thought towards trying Thane as an opener with a view to next season.
Yeah,
that could be part of a thought, and that might make it easier for Benkenstein to slot in at number 6. But there's various possibilities there.
And there have to be, don't they? Because they've still got. Essex don't want to already start looking towards next season when they can still win things
That's the thing, yeah. It's we'll have a look at that later.
Slower ball, nicely played though by Wesley. Should be a couple. Good fielding means there's only one. Excellent work out in the deep by James Wharton.
But it wouldn't surprise me if Thane were given maybe a couple of games, but I think he's very likely to play because of his role as the four-seamer, and of course he's in great batting form. The fact that he can just slot in and play that role as a holding seamer, particularly away from home.
And that is the final ball of another naggingly good over from Hill, who's now bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 9. Superb bowling from him, and the run rate crawling along at little over 3 and over, 46 for 1 after 14.
Yes, so obviously with Walter coming back, good to see him in I think he finally got an outing in the 100 and he played very nicely. In fact, he and Pepper played in the same game, and Walter did rather better than Michael Pepper, unfortunately. But I think at least the fact they've had an outing, rather than just sitting on the sidelines for a whole 4 weeks. I don't think Charlie Allison has played, but I haven't been necessarily keeping too close an eye on the 100 in the last few days. But he'll be looking forward to getting back into championship action.
First spin of the... is it still morning? Just still morning, yeah. Zafar Chauhan on.
Yes, and be interesting to see how he goes here.
Just played the one match.
The 100 would have, I think, played a part in that. It's a nice stroke off his first ball, one of the most pleasant shots of the day, apart from the 2 6s. And that's going to be the second 3. That was the first scoring shot, was a 3, wasn't it? And,
yes.
And there's another one for Wesley. Now, Benkenstein 20 off 45 balls. What's his approach going to be against the spinner here? That's a lovely delivery. Beautiful piece of bowling.
Almost certainly missing leg, but well bowled.
One thing I wanted to mention before I forgot, remember we were talking, I think, a couple of games ago about the fact that Essex, one weapon they haven't had in their armoury in recent years, a left-arm spinner. Whereas we've seen many of the sides in the opposition include one, often to very good effect. And I mentioned Tim Phillips, but another name that occurred to me when I'd forgotten temporarily was Aaron Nijar, who played a few games, few games for Essex. A variety of spinners they do have, of course. Two leg break bowlers, Essex, and a fairly handy off spinner in Simon Harmer. So, but about 10-12 years ago, a left arm spinner almost completed the set. Yes, landed it very nicely, hasn't he? Slightly overpitched the first ball, but been very impressive.
Well, this is only his 4th match in list day. He already has a 4-wicket haul, 4 for 43, his best figures. That was well placed.
Yeah. Gets a run. And Bess will still be pretty pleased with 15 overs and 52 Essex not able to get away. And the change to spin has not necessarily accelerated the run rate. And maybe just a little bit of thought needed now for Essex about how they're going to. Obviously, the power play's finished, so they can try and push the ball away, run around for ones, and that might be the strategy here to try and at least get up to say five runs and over if they can over the next few.
Well, we're just looking at the bowling figures now, and you can see how tight it's been. And Dom Bess coming into the attack, as you can also see from the screen there. But Hill's first 4 overs. Superb 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 9. Just 2.25 runs and over to concede in this form of cricket. Excellent bowling. Well, Dom Bess I was quite interested because his average is 60. He's only taken 4 wickets, but then I looked at his economy rate, which is 4.7. Yet another Yorkshire bowler. He's got a wicket first ball. He's bowled Benkenstein for 22. Well, that almost seemed to all happen in slow motion. What a start for Bess.
Well, just saying that he would have been relatively pleased with the Yorkshire situation, and it's improved with that delivery, and what a start for him. And Yeah, that's absolutely perfect.
Bowled best for 22.
Because Benkenstein has obviously been there for quite a long time for those runs, and he'll be frustrated that having done the hard work he's not been able to push on. But that delivery, it didn't appear to do too much. It was just holding its line. I don't think there's any extravagant turn there. Maybe Benkenstein was playing for a turn that wasn't there, but
yeah, I think that's quite possibly going back when possibly forward may have been better. But he is bowled best for 22, faced 50 deliveries, 2 4s and a 6.
Yeah, excellent start. And we were looking at the history of games between these two sides before the match started, and maybe this will be another stellar day for Dominic Bess against Essex, because he holds the record of the best bowling figures for Yorkshire against Essex in all list day fixtures going back to 1969. It's 5 for 37 in 2020, in the match in 2023. That's slightly surprising. That's the best for Yorkshire against Essex in all list day, but still a very impressive performance, and who knows, it might be his day to match that.
Bess in once again to the new ball batter Matt Critchley. So it's 285 runs in the competition this series, as well as 8 wickets.
Might feel as though he's been a bit in out. He's had got a century and a 50, but important innings today, I think.
Yes, very much so. No, I was impressed. We were talking about this beforehand, and you remembered Ray East's 6 wickets at Hull, which impressed me, which is the best performance by an Essex bowler in this particular fixture.
Yeah, it would have been in the first season of the John Player League.
1969.
Yeah.
6 for 18 from 8 overs. It's off the mark, Critchley, with the final ball of that over, but a very nice start from Dom Bess. Just the 1 run and the big wicket of Luke Benkenstein. So 53 for 2 after 16 overs.
So elsewhere, Middlesex.
Oh, there we go, there's the Queen. Here you go. We're looking forward to this. The smash hit musical We Will Rock You, former stars performing here. Yes, weren't you and Mark Church talking about your favourite Queen?
Well, that's right, and I was going to say that by the time we get to that, which is number 22nd, we'll know who the champions are.
Ah, very good, very good.
So, yes, we're having a chat about that. I was trying to rule out Bohemian Rhapsody because it was too obvious.
Quite.
Probably is my favourite, but the other one was, well, I'll say Killer Queen, and then
I was going to say Killer Queen. I've got the...
And that album, Sheer Heart Attack, I think is
I've got
fantastic.
the 7-inch single lurking around at home somewhere.
Sure. It's slightly uppish, but away for a single up towards long off. Don't think he's been too much involved in the 100. Just looking at his recent games. Middlesex born, Jaffa Chowan. Went to Harrow School, one that got away from Middlesex.
Definitely. But he's always been at Yorkshire, yeah. Oh, yes, I was reading about how they spotted him. He was bowling in the nets to Harry Brook and Joe Root, and he got them both out he was just bowling in the nursery for practice ahead of a test match, and so was strongly recommended to the Yorkshire powers that be.
Played 3 games for London Spirit. It's a nice stroke away for a single, but I don't think he's been too involved this season. It's been harder for the county players to get into the 100 sides because of extra overseas player. So he hasn't been too overworked in recent times. Played at Scarborough against Derbyshire. Has made a pretty good start here. looks a very nicely balanced attack. That single probably in the end always on, but
yes, the slight
Yorkshire putting pressure on Essex here, and another wicket. I feel the one thing that Essex would be slightly concerned about is obviously losing 4 or 5 wickets quickly. Was a relatively long tail. Just going to have to try and build and get what they can out of this situation.
Yes, with Simon Harmer coming in at 6, that is, we know what a good bat he is, but even so, that's probably a position or two higher.
Well, he's
than
probably
normal.
not been in his best form in this competition with the bat, but I think perhaps one issue for Essex has been below order. I think I was just doing a little working out how many runs have been scored from number 8 by Essex in this competition. I think there have been 6 completed innings, and I think the highest score was 14.
Right.
So I think it's just an indication that the below order haven't particularly been able to contribute too much, and I think it was the fear of that perhaps made the score at Arundel only 316, which wasn't enough because of the fact there was inexperienced batters coming in after that. So, but we've seen moments from some of the low order batters, but obviously there's less experience than there has been on previous occasions.
Well, very experienced pair out there at the moment in Tom Wesley and Matt Critchley, and a lot relying on them if a decent total is to be posted. And trying to stop them is Dom Bess. And he's picked up another wicket. Wesley caught behind. Little prod outside off stump, got a little nick, and Bess has had 2 overs and he's picked up wickets with his first ball in both of them.
Well, he can't become number 1 and number 2 in this day. Best performances for Yorkshire with the ball against Essex, but it's possible because he's taken 2 wickets in his first 7 deliveries, and that looked to be a beautiful delivery, which is just an indication there might be just a little bit of
Just watching the replay. Again, it didn't move a lot. Wesley playing with the bat away from the body, just feathered a little edge
actually
through.
a nice take, because it wasn't
was
like
a really good
straightforward
take.
one, was it?
No, it's nicely done on the second attempt.
Yeah. Well, 2 wickets and 7 balls for Bess, and problems here for Essex. This is certainly a step up on 1 or 2 of the bowling attacks that they've been facing in this competition. And I say it's Yorkshire's 2nd straight year of doing very well in the group phase. They won it last year. And they do appear to have got a really good formula in this competition.
Yep. No, absolutely right. 59 for 3 in the 18th over as well. It's been very hard yards, and the top 3 all out now. So much on now Grant Rollifson's shoulders, as he's taken over the wicket-keeping duties from Simon Fernandez as well.
The only bit of bad news for Yorkshire at the moment is the fact that Worcestershire are 93 for 4 against Durham.
Yes.
So a big Durham win could close that run rate up.
I suppose at the moment they're looking at it could be quite a big win here for them.
Yeah, that's the thing. That they'll want to just make sure they stay ahead of Durham. Both sides on 20 points. Yorkshire's run rate plus 0.6, Durham plus 0.3. Both sides going well. And if Yorkshire win, to all intents and purposes, they're still likely to stay ahead of Durham.
And Rollifson, 122 runs at 17 in the competition so far. 150 against Hampshire, but literally got to 50 and then was out, and that's when the runs really slowed down. So
guess who isn't out in that Worcestershire side? 93 for 4.
Go on.
One guess. Who's the most likely person not to be out? Jake Levy, of course.
Of course.
22 not out, and Ben Stokes has bowled 6 overs and got a wicket.
Nicely played by Critchley, who held the pose, as you would in those circumstances.
I think we'll keep an eye on that, because of course it will be 5 straight centuries if he gets it.
Yes.
He's an awful long way away.
A long
but
way
he
away.
might run out of partners today.
Well, he might catch up with Noah Thane as well. It's wide, but rather missed out Rolfsson on that one.
And the other bit of say, it's mainly good news for Yorkshire what's going on here, and the fact that Derbyshire are 96 without loss after 19 overs at Utilita is also good news, because it was starting to make that big Hampshire win look much less likely. So all told, Yorkshire very much on course, on top here. Durham doing well, but Yorkshire will just be looking to win this game and close out the group in second place and get that home tie on Friday. But any faint chance that Hampshire had looks to be receding a little bit, because Derbyshire appear to be on the way to a good score, though the other day I note that they subsided a little bit when well placed. So here is Chohan. Essex not really able to take too many risks at the moment, and it'll be interesting to see how Rolfsson goes. He's got 105 runs with 150, so half of them in one innings, and that was a good knock. But he has struggled to get going and capitalise on starts in several innings.
Sorry, I was just trying to fix the scoreboard television.
Yes, it's bluer than that track in the European Athletics Championships at the moment. Hopefully we've still got our screen telling us the score, so that helps.
Yes, no, we're fine.
Number 13 in 14 deliveries, Chohan. And has to be a minimum of risk at the moment, but Rolfsson, as I say, has been relatively quiet. That one sort of cameo, but he's got a chance to play a major innings here, and it's probably going to be needed the way things are panning out. That's a nice shot from Critchley. He gets himself a single. We mentioned Bess, who did the fielding there just before we started bowling, saying they'd be fairly pleased with the situation. I'm sure he's
Yes.
even more pleased now.
2 for 3 from his 2 overs, yeah.
Grant Rolfsson in 2022 in this fixture made 90 with 3 6s and 8 4s.
That would be handy.
And the Essex total of 240, which proved to be enough because it rained and Yorkshire never got going. And Essex won by 88 runs on Duckworth Lewis, but the 2 subsequent fixtures between the 2 sides in 23 and 24 both won by Yorkshire batting second. And that's a good pick-up shot going up towards deep mid-wicket and capitalising on a slightly shorter one. Critchley's gone onto the back foot. Yeah, he certainly had time to play that.
He did. I was slightly worried there might be a fielder down there, but no. As you can see, the crowd enjoyed that one.
So
10-0, that's the first double figure over.
And very much needed. Yeah, it'd be a good day for Critchley to have a major hand in proceedings. Now last Sunday, he not 2 days ago, but the one before that, he did very nicely. Got 100 in that game against Worcestershire. But he still felt that Tom Wesley should have been the player of the match, which was very magnanimous. But he played very nicely, and Essex certainly could do with runs from this pair.
Yes, yes. Next man in is Simon Harmer, then Ali Zeb, who batted well for in his only innings in the competition so far. That attempted reverse sweep didn't miss many things by much, but it's gone for 4 somethings, so that's very good.
Well, I'll tell you what, we weren't that far away, because I think Best took a wicket with the first ball of each of his first 2 overs, didn't he? So we weren't that far away from a very unusual hat-trick.
No, quite. Instead it's runs, 4 byes, it missed everything. Well, a bit of a life for Rollofson there.
Seems a little bit in it there for Best. It's certainly producing caution and a full shot when one was attempted. But Harmer will want runs to play with.
That's nicely played. Not trying to hit the cover off the ball, but just placing it cleverly for a single.
Yes, the two sides have actually played each other quite a lot since the competition has gained its current format underneath, being played underneath or alongside the 100, depending on your opinion.
There we go. Another single, up 2 long on. Now I always wonder if Dom Best was a bit unlucky not to play a bit more for England. 36 wickets in his 14 tests.
Quality performer, isn't he? But yeah, I mean, it was an interesting discussion that about England.
A couple of fivers.
They've gone against the bowling all-rounder, which I think is probably what they needed. And there are a few options in the spin department who could potentially bat at number 7 or 8.
Yes, Dom Best has a test half century.
Yeah. Maybe 7 is a bit high, but
yeah, but he's certainly an 8, isn't he?
Yeah, and then it's a question of who you put at 7. That's probably what counts against him, because I was looking at various options. There's the Sussex spinner Carlson. There's Patterson White. There's obviously Best. There's a few there in the sort of and players in the bowling all-rounder category tend to be not favoured now. It's batting all-rounders that they want, or batsmen who can bowl. In the case of Dan Lawrence, who's not really a test quality spinner. So I think at the moment their view of spin is just try and find 2 or 3 who can bowl a bit, and we'll cobble together a spinner.
Because Rehan Ahmed's another one who should probably be. Well, he was picked.
He's batting all-rounder.
He was in the squad for the first test, but he started as a bowler who bats and has now changed.
John again. But the bowling all-rounder is such a precious commodity. Someone who can play a genuine match-winning role, seamer or spinner, and get you 40s and 50s. That's why Craig Overton's been talked about a fair bit recently. He didn't make the cut. Sam Cook did, though. Not as a bowling all-rounder, but hopefully for a second go with England. And we were just discussing off air, I think that Lords might be a venue that could suit him. Not sure about Headingley, but it'd be nice to see him get another go. Of course, the one thing from the Essex point of view is any absence of Sam Cook, as we found in the game here against Nottinghamshire in the Championship, is potentially has quite serious implications, because it puts a lot of strain on the other senior bowlers. It's a long way from Headingley to Taunton, but let's hope if Cook is not playing in that test match, he gets at least a couple of days' notice. Headingley starts on Wednesday, and Taunton starts on the Thursday, the next Championship round. And Yorkshire are going down to the Utilita Thursday week against a Hampshire side who won their last game. I think from memory Hampshire won the reverse fixture, so that'll be an interesting one. An awful lot to play for in the Championship. We'll have a look at that during the second innings, and it's all the games are going to be important.
Yeah, Critchley feels he missed out on a full toss there.
Yeah. Played a nice stroke there, just late adjustment and playing it through the mid-off gap. Yes, if you get anything that's relatively loose, I guess you want to try and take advantage of it, because there's not much being offered by this Yorkshire attack. Well, looks, say, very well balanced, and I can see why they like chasing. It's you got an attack that's giving away as few runs as they are, and restricting aside and chasing the runs down looks to be a very good option. And I say, Yorkshire, barring a really sort of big Durham win, if Yorkshire win this game, they're going to finish second, and they'll get that home tie on Friday.
Absolutely. That's well played. That is very well played. Critchley placed that and hit that perfectly.
One player for Yorkshire to look out for later on with form in this fixture is James Wharton, who got 50s in the 2 victories for Yorkshire, batting second in 23 and 24. So
Thank you.
he's a Yorkshire player in good form in this fixture. We'll see him later.
Yeah, he's averaging over 44 in the competition this season. Got a couple of 50s. But Matt Critchley is going along at better than a run a ball, which we haven't seen so far in this innings. And that's again really well played. He's cut off this time, but they can trot through for a single.
Interesting field placing there, almost bringing in a silly mid-on, quite unusual, but Adam Lyth coming in there just for that delivery, possibly looking for the full shot, but it was well executed by Critchley. They've dispensed with that fielder with Rollerson on strike.
Best back on the money for this one, tucking Rollerson up. Middlesex have recovered somewhat after their shaky start, 94 for 2 in the 18th against Sussex.
Yeah, it'll take an awful lot for Middlesex not to deservedly win the group. They've been absolutely excellent, and possibly exceeded expectations, Guy.
Possibly, yeah. Definitely, I think it would be fair.
They've been better in this competition than T20 for a few years.
They have. They got through to the quarterfinals last year. Lost at Radlett to Hampshire on that occasion.
But semi-final on Sunday beckons, and that we expect to be at Radlett.
Just flick round the corner. They trot through well for a single. Nothing much that White could do to stop them doing it. They spotted the opportunity, and 7 off the over. So just moving up with fractionally under 4, 1 run under 4 and over. So just showing signs of slight acceleration.
And Derbyshire 115 for 1 after 23 against Hampshire. Harry Kane made 62 there. Hampshire's supporters grumbling that 1 or 2 of their younger bowlers have been called back to the 100 again. What we have seen is when players have been released, quite a few of them have done very well, and then they've been called back to the 100 again because they've done too well, probably.
Yes, that's right.
It is frustrating. I can understand the frustration of supporters around the country when players are fleetingly made available and then recalled again, and then don't play. That's a lovely piece of bowling, one of the best ones so far from Chowan. Worcestershire's partial recovery, 118 for 4. Libby 40 not out. We'll keep an eye on that. 40 from 44 balls, 118 for 4 against Durham, and that is a new road. Worcestershire have to probably win that and overtake Durham's net run rate, which they've got a little bit of ground to make up, but that could be an interesting one. Worcestershire, of course, the champions. That's the most realistic way they get through. They win that game well enough to overtake Durham's net run rate. Oh, that's a beautiful piece of work, both by the bowler and then by the keeper. And there's a bit of turn there, and that's good enough to see the back of Rolfson. And it's been a fine exhibition this from Yorkshire. Really has. The seamer starting the job, and now we've seen wickets falling to spin, and Chohan deserving the wicket for the performance that he's put in. It's been a good exhibition from him so far. A lovely piece of work from both players.
Yeah, it was nicely bowled, wasn't it? Really well done, just watching the replay.
Is that googly?
Yes.
Yeah.
Completely did him.
Now, I wonder if it's Ali Zeb or Simon Harmer. It is going to be Simon Harmer. Ali Zeb made a 30 in the... That would have been a Bradley, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
I think in the opening
34
game.
not out.
In the end, probably quite a lot to ask of a youngster. Obviously, I think just ran out of batting a bit in that game, lacking at least one senior player. But if ever Simon Harmer needed to play a major innings, it's here. But Yorkshire, it is interesting. I mean, this is for me definitely the stronger group of the two. And when Essex have played these top sides, they found it more difficult. They did well against Durham, but Durham in the end had the know-how to close that game out. They lost to Middlesex, and at the moment they're very much second best in this fixture against Yorkshire.
Yeah, very much so. It's funny watching Matt Critchley bat. Everyone else he's looked so much more comfortable than anybody else so far in this Essex team.
Very important that he plays a major hand here. But I like the balance of the Yorkshire attack and the fact that there doesn't appear to be any weak links, and it's tough actually for anyone that gets left out. You know, Cliff obviously the leading wicket taker, but they've got competition for places as well.
Yes, when he comes back, who do they drop?
Oh, it's not going to be too far away.
No,
It's a confident shout.
Yes, he looked slightly upset. I think there was just a hint of leg side, but that was it.
Well, apparently Ben Stokes was very upset when he was given out with Simon Harmer's bowling at Cosworth the other day. So maybe
oh, really?
Harmer, yes, he was adjudged out according to the report, and apparently Ben Stokes wasn't too happy about it. So maybe Harmer in his first two deliveries, if he had a bit of luck there, has basically managed to survive a couple of very good deliveries first up.
Yeah, I might feel he missed out slightly on the second one, but there was turn.
There was, and that's what made it difficult, possibly caused him not being able to execute it. Interestingly, the backward square leg just coming round a bit squarer. It's a better shot, but a very good over. Certainly deserved the wicket. I think just the one run off the over.
Yep.
And I think it's 1 for 25 off 5, and Bess with 2 for 13 off 4. This is really very good stuff from Yorkshire. It is strange how they've been so consistent in this competition in particular, but in the Championship you never know quite what Yorkshire side is going to turn up from week to week. But in this competition it has been a different story, and they've really bowled well as a unit here, and are very much in the box seat.
Yes, because I think Essex would have been pleased to see the back of the seamers, but they're now finding just as much trouble with the spinners. Chohan has gone for 5 and over, but has gradually improved as he's gone on. Bess is in, and that's punched away nicely, and it'll just be the one.
And should Yorkshire win, this information coming to us courtesy of the Yorkshire website with a very good statistical analysis of list A games between the two sides. Should Yorkshire win, it will be 26 all in list A games between the two sides, stretching back to the end of the 1960s. And they'll also close their deficit here at Chelmsford, where Essex have a lead of 11 to 8. Of course, back in the 70s, a lot of the games would have been played on outgrounds.
Harmer off the mark, slapped out to cover.
And then equally the case, of course, in the 3 decades following, but not quite as many, but certainly in the 70s a lot of the Essex fixtures against Yorkshire would have been played elsewhere. But at Chelmsford, Essex lead by 11 wins to 8.
Critchley trying to step back to push that. Doesn't read it, but gets away with it.
Well, Essex have 2 leg spinners, one including Critchley and Harmer, of course, but they don't have the runs at the moment.
And that, I think, will have... Well, Harmer's looking as if nothing's happened at all, despite being thumped in the chest. Don Best went to say, "Are you okay?"
Harmer didn't catch it, unfortunately.
No, exactly. I think that's what Best may have been saying. Why didn't you catch it? It's a big smile on Harmer's face.
Yeah.
He did stop 4 runs as well.
Interesting news talking about England. Emilio Gay, I think, has recovered from the problem he had in the
shoulder injury, wasn't it? Yeah. That's another fine over from Don Bess. The 1 run scoring chance. Critchley hit the ball straight back at Harmer, so just 2 singles from it. 90 for 4 after 24 overs, so we're very nearly halfway through the innings, and 200 looks a long way away at the moment.
And I noticed that also that we had a very unusual situation of a franchise team resting an England player in advance of a test match, which...
Really?
Yes, so we had Southern Brave leaving out Jofra Archer, who then and the Southern Brave actually won the game, which was a bit of a surprise because Trent Rockets have been beating everyone before them in the competition. So that was quite interesting. It's Chowan continuing. Lovely sunshine. Mid 20s, so high 70s, and it'll get a lot warmer than this. It's a really nice day. Not too hot, but strong sunshine still, of course. Yes, Manny Lumsden had a game, and Dan Worrell played in that one as well. Yes, it was a case for saying if Joshua was not going to play in that, he could have had a run out today for Sussex.
Yeah,
actually got 10 overs under his belt, but at least at Southern Brave, I think, not likely to qualify, so it means that he'll get a bit of a rest before the test. That's picked up. Is there a fielder out at long on? No, it's gone for 6. Well,
he wasn't sure when he hit that, was he, Critchley? He thought he might be out.
We'll get a chance with that part of the ground out of our sight, but it was...
Here we go.
Just over the fielder's head. Oh, but not by much, but he got enough on it.
No, I think when Critchley initially hit it, he thought he hit it straight down his throat.
But he gets to 6 and follows up with an actual very nice stroke, which is well stopped by Jones.
Really well stopped.
29 at a runner ball, and as I say, nobody else has looked particularly comfortable, so it's very important for Essex that Critchley goes on and Essex try and build a score of 240 to 250 if they can. .97 for 4. Can't look too far ahead, but they've certainly got to be looking at that as a minimum. But Yorkshire will be thinking they can bowl Essex out here.
Yeah, a lot depends on Simon Harmer, and then we know Ali Zeb can bat, but then it is slightly into the tail.
Just goes through Chowan. Just wondering if that got to him on the full, and it goes down towards long on. They get through for a single. I'm sure we'll get a replay of that, but
so that's the halfway point with Essex
98 for 4, very much Yorkshire's session so far. But Essex have got to try and find a way as we take drinks of, I'll say, getting another 150 runs here, so scoring at basically a runner ball for the second half of the innings, where they've got to try and conserve wickets, and the partnership between these two is going to be absolutely critical, with Critchley on 30 from 31 balls. He's looked as comfortable as anyone. Everybody else we've seen at the crease has struggled to a certain extent, and the Yorkshire bowling has been really excellent. Best with wickets in his first 2 overs, and very nice spell from Chowan, and a wicket for Hill, and Code has also looked impressive and has kept it very tight.
Yeah, I have to say Jack White's a bit unlucky not to be on there as well, because his figures are excellent, so you can just see just what Essex have been up against with those bowling figures on the right. Again, starts made, but it's been tough to crack on, with the exception of Critchley, who's the only man to have reached 30 so far for Essex. It's been a slightly difficult first half of the innings for the home side. But now they need to chisel out something, as Nick was saying, try to get to 220, 240. We saw that that worked for Durham against Essex the other day, so you can at least keep some pressure on.
And particularly with a little bit in it for the spinners.
Yes. Which there appears to be.
Yes, with 2 leg break options for Essex and, of course, Simon Harmer. So that gives a little bit of encouragement. So in this group, Middlesex going better, 108 for 2. That's at Radlett, and that is a stand of 89 now between Joe Cracknell 49 and Nathan Fernandez 43 against Sussex, who have long since not been able to qualify. Also in this group, Derbyshire 126 for 2 in the 27th over against Hampshire, so that big Hampshire win that they need is not looking particularly likely at the moment. They're certainly going to, obviously probably going to have to commit everything to the run chase and hope that something works out for them in that group. But Hampshire very much the outsiders in terms of those sides that can still qualify from this section. And the game between Worcestershire and Durham, Worcestershire 135 for 4. Libby is 45 not out from 54 balls. Durham chose to field in that one, and they've just gone past the drinks break. They just into the 26th over, and that's another recovery there. They were 89 for 4. And yeah, so it's looking good for Yorkshire. So the thing will be, if they win and Durham win, is to make sure they stay ahead of Durham's net run rate and secure that home tie. But things looking pretty good from that respect just at the moment. In the other group where everything is really wide open,
there's some quite fun scores in there.
Yeah.
Surrey are going well.
Yep, and they need a good win because their net run rate is not very good. 153 for no wicket in the 25th over is going to improve it though. And they've got Patel 94 and Sibley 50 at the crease at the moment.
Coming on to bowl at the running.
Interesting.
Adam Lyth.
Adam Lyth in for a spot of bowling.
Lyth's had a second consecutive List A campaign that's been quiet by his standards with the bat, but he still contributes usefully with the ball as well.
He did. He took 2 for 11 at Sussex. They are his only 2 wickets in the competition.
But obviously the thinking is that there's a bit in it for the spinners.
Correct. There seemed to be something in it for the seamers as well, as that's punched up too long on. They trot through for a single.
It's got a green tinge, and you almost wonder how anything can have a green tinge at the moment.
I know. Someone must have a blue badge. Lyth is in again. Other squirts off a thickish outside edge from Critchley, but safely.
Yes, Harmer's only played half the games, of course, so
Harmer's outside edge.
Yeah, limited chances.
Oh, and he goes. That is a 3rd wicket in the competition for Adam Lyth, and a very good decision from the skipper to bring him into the attack. And Simon Harmer, who possibly Essex fans were slightly concerned was a little bit high up the order at 6, he's back in the hutch with the score on 99.
Yeah, I was saying he's not really got going with the bat in the way that he's capable of, and we'll regard that as a fairly soft dismissal. But we are seeing a theme here with the spinners beating with offensive shot, with the batter coming down the pitch. He was looking to loft that away initially and just got completely beaten in the flight, and Lyth applauding himself and the keeper. and rightly so. It was a fine piece of work.
And the final applause was for Dom Bess for bringing him on.
Absolutely.
So, good work from Adam Lyth.
Well, he may have been short of runs, Lyth, but with that sort of bowling, very, very useful on a pitch offering a bit of help. And that was really nicely done. Just the flight deceiving the batter will just... The problem is Harmer thinking to himself, we need a few more runs here and I might be able to do something on this pitch. But yeah, Harmer, relatively quiet tournament, starts for him. 22, 11, 20, 32 before today. So did nicely in the game at Gosforth the other day, but getting to 32. But not been able to play the major innings. And here's Ali Zeb, second game.
Indeed. Well, as we mentioned, he's yet to be out in this competition. He made 34, not out against Middlesex in the opening game of the competition, but hasn't played since. Sorry, no, it wasn't the opening game. That's played very safely, just dropping the ball down in front of him.
Well, what Critchley's thinking going to be now, obviously Ali Zeb in the side as a batter, but very inexperienced. And then there's a bit of a tail to come. I mean, Zamanak has probably underachieved a little bit with the bat.
Yes. It must be difficult for Zeb to come in, having not batted in the competition for a while and then finding himself in this situation. He gets off the mark. And that brings up the 100. It's taken a while, but they've got there eventually.
Yeah, it's been a very, very good performance here from Yorkshire, given very little away. Just a couple of moments for the Essex supporters to enthuse about the sixes from both Thane and Benkerstein. There have been very few boundary fours.
No, Critchley hit the six as well, didn't
he?
You're right there.
Yeah.
There was a four very early on, wasn't there? It was it Code who bowled first ball?
I'll try and add them up and see what we've had. But yes, there was one that was,
but
I think, down to fine leg, wasn't it?
Not many since.
Many.
3, 4, 4 fours.
So it's very low, isn't it? In 26
4 fours and 4 sixes.
Shows how hard it's been to get them all away. Yeah, we've got a bit of a headline. As Chowan starts a new over. The game is Worcestershire against Durham. Jake Libby is out for 46, ending this extraordinary sequence. 3 consecutive scores of 109, 2 of which were not out, and then 105 against Glamorgan. One of those knocks was here, but so 109 not out, 109, 109 not out, 105 and 46. Also means that he's probably, unless Worcestershire can get through, is not going to overtake.
That's right, no thing.
Thing. Odds against for Worcestershire at the moment, you feel. There's some really good bowling here from the 3 Yorkshire spinners that we've seen so far. Yes, Worcestershire need a big win, and at the moment it's turning out to be a bit of a struggle. But Durham and Cyber don't offer too much, a bit like Yorkshire. 144 for 5 in the 28th over is the current Worcestershire score, but they do have quite a long tail. I think their bowlers can generally bat, but there's a long way from home at the moment. Firm drive and well stopped by Chowan, who's bowled very nicely. 1 for 34, coming towards the end of his 7th. Decisions for Critchley about how he's going to approach this. Obviously, from the Essex point of view, he simply can't afford to get out at this point. So, taking the strike, which will just relieve the pressure a bit from Zeb early on. But he'll be hoping that his young partner can get into his innings and at least replicate what he did in that first match. Maybe hopefully get a few more, but it's nice that he's got a second opportunity. Didn't do too much wrong in that first game.
No, that's what I was thinking, yeah.
But obviously senior players coming back, particularly Tom Westley, whose place he effectively had in that game.
Yes.
And obviously a little bit difficult to get a game since then. Charlie Allison even making an appearance, but this is his second outing for the 19-year-old.
Well, Adam Lyth now 2 19-year-olds, 38 years old Adam Lyth, former England opener, bowling very nicely. Steps away Critchley and plays it nicely out into the covers, but it'll only be one.
Adam Lyth will be hoping to have a little bit of a knock time in the crease today. It's sort of one of the pieces that's been missing a little bit for Yorkshire. It's been his batting form, but obviously if he can get into form just ahead of a knockout, that would be very useful from a Yorkshire point of view.
Yes, a high score of 25, only scored 95 runs so far this season.
And his bowling, of course, a very useful part of what he offers, particularly in this competition. That's a nice stroke.
It's gone all the way too. Really nicely played from Zeb. Spotted the gap and didn't try and hit the cover off it. He just placed it to perfection, timed it to perfection as well. Shorter boundary, 4 runs, and there was some relieved applause from the crowd. Nice use of the wrists. Flick that into the leg side for a single.
Well, it would be a nice bonus for Essex if Ali Zeb can make a significant contribution here.
Well bowled by Lyth, but 6 off the over. Riches indeed as far as Essex are concerned. 108 for 5 after 28. So still that run rate stubbornly refusing to go over 4. And we're going to see some seam bowling.
Yeah, we'll see White coming back. It's a key thing for Yorkshire, no weak links at all. Everyone is bowled, part of a very, very good bowling unit here. And that's been really the story from the second match of the competition onwards, where they've given very little away. Did get beaten in a very good game at Lord's against Middlesex last Sunday. 2 very, very good sides in opposition there. Middlesex coming out on top. And that's a very, very good return, no doubt about that.
It's not a bad start, is it?
So in the Group A, Somerset, Lancashire. Lancashire can win. Chances are they're going to finish in the top 3, particularly if they can win well. And they're 154 for 3 after 25 overs against Somerset. That's not good news for Somerset, who need a big win. Single away towards deep square leg. Northants, who have to win to have any chance. They're one of the sides on 12 points alongside Somerset and Warwickshire. Northants 187 for 4 in the 27th, they're scoring quickly enough. McSweeney's made 79 from 63 balls. 187 for 4 in the 27th against already eliminated Gloucestershire at Cheltenham, which tends to be quite quick scoring. It's good bowling from White. White quickly coming down the pitch, but they were having to check his shot. still that opening partnership for Surrey goes on at the Oval.
Has Patel got his ton yet? He has, just off 88 balls.
Yeah. Sibley is 56.
Which is a Dom Sibley thing to do.
Yeah. Very useful player to have in this format.
Isn't he?
Dominic Sibley. Burns tends to bat in middle order. That's a nice stroke away through deep square leg. There was a time when Surrey barely able to field an 11 in this competition. I remember they came here and they signed a player about 10:15, about 45 minutes before the game start, or at least got someone who was registered to be able to play. But they found a way, and with those 17 call-ups to the 100, it would still be, despite the fact they've still got plenty of capacity in their top order.
It was
still
the
quite
Odd
an
England
achievement.
international lurking.
And Dan Worrell is playing for Surrey today.
Wow.
Yep. So that will strengthen things. That's a nice piece of bowling again. Well, we're going to see at both sides bat just how much there is for the Essex seamers, although I suspect that both Snater and Porter would have been quite keen to have a run out on this, given some of the surfaces they've had to bowl on. But the Essex seam attack will be Actor, Jones, Killeen and Bennett, with Harmer and Critchley and Benkenstein.
We've seen Killeen bowl well here.
Yep.
Well, all of them, to be honest.
Yorkshire giving nothing away. Essex have got to try and find a way of getting up towards 240. 29 of the 50 overs have gone. And Critchley, 34 from 41 balls, obviously is absolutely critical, because if Yorkshire were to get him out now, you feel there's a pretty good chance they can bowl Essex out. But Critchley, if he can replicate that 100 he got last week, well, if the youngster Ali Zeb can stay with him and the tail can chip in, they can still get up towards that 240, 250 mark we were talking about.
Well, Dom Best back into the attack after Adam Lythe's cameo. Very impressive cameo too. And Zeb just about keeps that out. Tries to play that through the covers but can't time it.
Well, I think we can be fairly confident that Essex are not going to match their 317 for 7 that they got in the quarter-final here in 2021 when both sides qualified. And Essex won by 129 runs.
No,
that's not going to happen today.
That would be astonishing if it does. It's a really nice shot. And not for the first time. Zeb has not tried to crash the ball, but he's just picked his spot perfectly and threaded it through the field. I'd like to watch this again. This is a lovely shot. Look at that. Timing, placement. Fielder knew he never had a chance.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's started off pretty well here, and he'll get lots of encouragement from the crowd. He won't be expecting too much, but they'll be applauding every shot he can play.
Absolutely. Well, he's played scored two very nice boundaries so far, just the 4 off the over, so we're 13, with now got 30 overs under their belt. Yorkshire 115 for 5, so still 5 runs shy of going at 4 and over, but working on the old double the score at 30 overs. I think Essex would bite your hand off for 230 now.
Just looking around for recent form from Zeb. Well, I see he got 85 in a second 11 friendly against Lancashire. 85 from 131 balls in a match in which Nerthane got naught.
Right,
Just shows how form can change. But yeah, so that was a good contribution from him, and that's fairly recent. So He got 85 out of 178 all out, which is quite a very high proportion, but shows obviously batting credentials. It'll be probably a leg, but also wide. Didn't take the pad at all, so must have taken the keeper's pads.
Yeah, there was certainly a sound, wasn't there? Yeah.
So that's
bonus.
I'll hunt around for any other signs of Ali Zeb form, but and also that was in July, and you also got 39 for Essex against a club cricket conference 11. That would have been a limited overs game. So some decent scores for the seconds. As well, opening the batting, and playing in the middle order and looking very impressive, but just an indication there that he's got some recent runs behind him, and you can add that 30 he got in the game against Middlesex, which was not long after that, sent that to 85 we mentioned. So he's got a chance of being the next Essex batter, perhaps maybe next year. He'll get a more extended run, depending on who's available. They just want to keep developing their young players. And they've had considerable success, I think, Guy, in this competition, with Charlie Bennett perhaps being the star of last year, and he also did very well on the blast this year. But of the young bowlers, I think Mackenzie Jones has probably taken the limelight with his
superb in this competition. 13 wickets. Under 28, and
backs up how the players are being developed, all working pretty well. Players coming through, and so it's been an irony of this season for Essex that they strengthen their seam bowling attack. It's been perhaps the homegrown young seamers who've perhaps impressed the most, and if anything, Essex have been at times a little bit stretched on the batting front in various competitions at various points, whereas generally most of the time, although they have had games like this one where none of Cook, Snater or Porter are playing, but that's often been because there's been the option to rest players. But again, naggingly accurate. White, number 25 in the 7th over.
Yes, after wide off the first ball of the over, he's put that disappointment behind him pretty well so far, but still 2 balls left.
Ryan Patel out for 102 at the Oval, 175 for 1 and the 30th, but Surrey in the box seat there, and again they probably need to win well in that very tight Group A. It's put away for a single. And, Essex at the moment can't take too many undue risks. You've got a feeling that what they could do with is these two just batting sensibly for the next 10 overs and allowing Critchley in particular to try and push the pace on him the last 10, and if Zeb is still there, that'll allow him just to play his natural game without feeling under too much pressure. But Yorkshire, on the other hand, their thinking will be get another wicket, particularly Critchley. Not quite there for the shot. Critchley frustrated. He was looking to play a forcing shot away through the onside. It wasn't quite there, and that's really testament to the quality of the bowling, which has been very good. White 7 overs, number 26. Our screen, our electronic screen there has come back, which is very useful at this stage. Although the sun is making it quite hard to read it, but we can't complain about that too much. Although maybe we can, because the situation with this summer is getting more and more worrying, isn't it, Guy? With
indeed.
Certainly events down in the New Forest, and yes,
over on the
hopefully
coast
there's and indeed in Suffolk. So 118 for 5, and a little bit of a partnership starting to take shape.
Yeah, these two have put on 19 so far, and it will end up as 19 because Zeb has been bowled by Dom Bess, who picks up his 3rd wicket, all with first balls of an over. First, second and 7th now.
That stat we mentioned about Bess having the the best bowling figures for Yorkshire in List A cricket against
Yes.
Essex. That is under threat. 5 for 37. I don't think he's going to go for 37 here necessarily.
No, but it's whether he can get another 2.
He would be unlucky to get 5 wickets and go for more than 37 here, but 2 more wickets, and well, he could be number 1 and number 2 in the Yorkshire all-time lists. But another beautiful piece of bowling. That one did turn.
That did spin. Yeah, it was. It surprised Zeb. It really did turn, cut, and went through the gate.
It's difference between the 2 groups. Group A, clearly everyone beating everybody else. Everyone's lost 3 games. Looks to have been a fairly uniform standard. Here, you can just feel the quality in the top 3. Essex obviously have already lost to Middlesex, but virtually everybody else has as well. They gave Durham a really good game, but I thought Durham paced that innings very well and worked out how many runs they needed. And we're just seeing the quality of Yorkshire here. And they might take a bit of stopping here, Yorkshire, in this competition.
Absolutely, they seem to be running into form at a good time. And Don Bess leading from the front, the skipper in this competition. He seems to have the team playing for him as well. We watched Adam Lythe, who of course has captained Yorkshire in various forms of the game before. Obviously pleased with the way Bess is going about his business.
I think Critchley's is going to have to trust the batters. It's too far out to think about trying to farm the strike. I think he's going to have to just trust the low order here.
Yeah, he's got a high score of 16 not out, Akhtar, in this competition. He's averaging 8, but he's started with a boundary.
Well, I think there's a bit of heart in mouth Essex supporters when they saw him shaping for the reverse sweep, but he played it pretty well.
He really did play it well, but first ball, that is bold, but well played. Zaman Akhtar obviously thinking, well, may as well be hung for a sheep as a lamb. And he goes for another sweep. And he picks up a single. I do remember a World Cup semi-final when Graham Gooch of this parish scored about 123, and I think about 110 of them was with the sweep shot. It's not a bad way to play spin if you can do it. That would have been 92.
Yeah. It was
against India. Pushed up to mid-off, and they go through for another single.
Yes, and then England played Pakistan in the final, and Pakistan, the first extraordinary paced innings.
I know.
I remember. Well, they appeared to be going far too slowly, but they'd actually got it right.
And
Imran Khan, the Corner Tigers World Cup, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was so frustrating because I think England had bowled them out for 47 or something in a qualifying in a match earlier in the competition, but because it then rained, it was no result, so they got enough points to get through. Oh, and that's well bowled by Bess. It's a quicker delivery, and it's straight through everything Akhtar had. 6 runs, but a wicket, and 124 for 6 after 32. This is tough going.
Essex wanting to bat first on this pitch, possibly for slightly different reasons than on some of the flatter wickets we've seen. Whereas it might get even tougher later on, but you feel they haven't got the runs on the board at the moment, and Critchley is going to be so important. At rugby, Warwickshire 180 for 4 against Kent. Warwickshire still have remote chances. They're on 12 points, but Kent, if they can win and Lancashire lose, I reckon that should be good enough for them. But Warwickshire 180 for 4 against Kent, so reasonably well placed. Well, this is interesting. Their youngster Vanch Jani, who I think got runs in the last game, is 88 not out from 73 balls, and that's a classic case of a youngster coming from nowhere in this competition.
So Ben Code into the attack.
Yeah, and whatever change is made by Don Bess, it doesn't really alter things. It's still very, very difficult to make much progress. And now, of course, Critchley's got the added problem of being down to the bowlers for company.
Yes, but Bess seems to have decided that a bit of seam at Sir Alistair Cook end and spin at Graham Gooch is working well at the moment.
So Worcester 165 for 6 against Durham. Now Durham, we're thinking now, bowl Worcester out for less than 200 and try and chase the runs down quickly. It's another good accurate delivery, and I say this bowling attack just offering very, very little. And so they do look very well equipped, Yorkshire, for the latter stages of the competition. Of course, Yorkshire will be thinking, whatever Durham do, we'll just make sure we stay ahead of their net run rate in the process from their point of view of winning this game. Some nice variations which have produced quite a few full shots here that we weren't seeing in some of the earlier games at Chelmsford.
Right.
That one turned Akhtar a little bit inside out.
There's still movement. What are we in the 33rd over and the ball is still doing a bit.
Well, I mean, Critchley's still there. Anything is possible, but 200 might be a very decent score now from here. And it's less likely with that. And he was set up by the ball before.
Yeah.
And Code deservedly goes into the wickets column. And this Yorkshire attack have just been too good today. Critchley is stranded. And he's going to have to really think now about what he can do. There may have to be an element now of farming the strike with Sama Akhtar out cheaply for just 5. 125 for 7 and Critchley is 36.
You do feel for Critchley, don't you? He's came out when the score was 52 for 2 and now it's 125 for 7 and he's just watched things tumble at the other end.
Got to be honest, Guy, if they'd beaten Durham Essex on Sunday and this had been alive, I still don't think that a lot would have been different to what's happened today.
No.
Yorkshire have just been that good.
They really have bowled beautifully.
I don't think it's a case of Essex losing intensity because of that defeat. I'm sure they would have been all out to win this game in front of their home crowd, but at the moment the Yorkshire attack has just been a little bit too good for them today, on a pitch that's offering some help to seamers and spin alike.
Well, a man with a top score of 19 in this format comes out. Done it a couple of times, Mackenzie Jones. But
he's been good towards the end of innings,
yes,
particularly with the ball at Cardiff. But with the bat, he's shown a little bit of promise. But this is the 33rd over.
39 runs at just under 20. Yeah, but he hasn't batted that many times either. Anyway, see what he can do.
Well, Kodasai deserving in the wickets column, and really as an attack they've offered nothing. Oh, that's another good piece of work behind the stumps. Whiteman is there, and he's taken that with great athleticism and seen the back. Bean rather had taken that with great athleticism and seen the back of Jones. Well, that is probably, I mean, Critchley now with wickets going at the other end at this speed, is obviously thinking, what on earth can I do here? But I don't think there's a great deal he can do. He's obviously, when he gets on strike, he's obviously got to try and take as much of it as possible. But Code's 2 wickets in the over.
Yeah.
And another delivery that certainly moved, but the key thing there was the athleticism behind the stumps, which was absolutely excellent.
Really good catch, wasn't it?
Yeah.
No, Finlay Bean given the gloves, and well, what has he taken? 3 catches and a stumping so far. So he's done a terrific job behind the sticks.
Well, this could be a bit anticlimactic to them. And one thing, I suppose, from an Essex point of view, is at least there wasn't a place in the quarter-finals riding on it. But
yes, if it had
they've just been unable to combat this Yorkshire attack. All Critchley can do is, certainly now, is take as much of a strike as he possibly can. It'll be a game of cat and mouse, I think, with the Yorkshire fielders. But disappointing, and a continuing theme. We mentioned the lack of runs at number 8.
Yes,
it might not sound important, but it doesn't matter in T20, but in this competition it does, and it's the one thing. Obviously, there's going to be many down to sort of inexperience of the players, but Essex have had some low order problems, notably against Hampshire, of course, which have not helped them on occasions.
Well, Mitchell Colleen knows one end of the bat from the other, and is immediately being trusted by Matt Critchley, who takes that single.
Having said that, I'm not sure there's an awful lot Essex could do about that problem, because obviously they've got having to play sort of younger bowlers, less experience. It tends to be that bowlers will get better with the bat with experience, but probably not a lot they can do.
And the former Durham man, Mitchell Colleen, does have a high score of 32
I think
in list day.
The strongest, if I remember rightly, the strongest side they played was probably, in terms of batting, was the one against Hampshire. Was that the game that Allison played?
Yes, and he was out for naught.
And I think there were just three seamers and 3 spinners in that one. But generally, it's been 4 or 5 seamers, hasn't it, towards the bottom of the list. Generally 4.
Well, Colleen's off the mark, so he's equalled his best score in the competition so far this season. He's 1 not out against Derbyshire. And that's hoiked away into the deep mid-wicket region for another single.
Well, we're pretty certain now Hampshire are not going to get the big win they need. Derbyshire 186 for 2 in the 37th over at the Utilita, and Martin Anderson is 84 not out. So Hampshire are going to break their run of qualifying. I think over the last 4 years they've qualified every time.
It's nicely played by Colleen. It's just guided down to third man. They take a single and he moves on to 2.
And one side will be perfectly happy with that, a Yorkshire, because Hampshire beat them earlier on, and they beat them in the knockout stage in the semi-final last year. So they'll be quite pleased to see the back of Hampshire, which looks likely now.
Nice, good stop by Bess and his follow through, but 4 singles is riches indeed as far as Essex are concerned at the moment. 129 for 8. And Matt Critchley looks as if he's batting on a completely different wicket at times from everybody else in the side. 38 from 47.
Now, what on earth can he do? Again, he's not got this. He's got the bowlers for company. He's just struggling for the strike a little bit at the moment. Interestingly, it's going to be Colleen on strike, so nothing much is going the Essex way. Critchley really is in danger of being completely stranded here, and I think Code will be thinking, I could almost possibly finish this innings in this over and leave Critchley on 38 not out. That'll be his objective.
Well, 2 for 18 from 6.
And it's another great catch. That's an even better one. That's even better. Stretching out the right hand, been taking it superbly, and I do rather fear, from the Essex point of view, that this is a scenario. Code is looking to win, to effectively end the innings in this over. He now has 3 for 18 in his 7th over, and a very similar dismissal, just drawing the edge, but that's an even better catch.
Brilliant catch, absolutely brilliant catch, and he's kept so well. That's 4 catches and a stumping so far for Finlay Bean.
So this is exactly what Yorkshire would have wanted. They should. I mean, the pitch has offered quite a lot to the bowlers, but they should be confident of a good winner here, which is going to boost their net run. Well, certainly going to keep them ahead of Durham, which is the key thing, the key objective from their point of view.
How are Middlesex doing? Because they'll be sweating a bit after hearing what's
Possibly,
going on here.
but it's an awful mountain to climb. It's at this stage, and Middlesex at 167 for 2.
Oh, okay.
I don't think with
They're
Cracknell and Fernandez still together,
they're all right.
are going to get a big enough score that Sussex, even if they chase it down, it's going to take them most of the 50 overs. So I can't see. We never know. The run rates can change unexpectedly, but I can't see their run rate being overtaken.
No, that's
Particularly at this late stage of the competition, a swing of 1 would be quite big. But I think that wasn't really Yorkshire's main objective today. It's just get this second
make sure
place.
they get the win.
And they are going to, at the moment, barring remarkable events like Critchley batting through and keeping the strike for 15 overs and 5 balls. That's what's going to happen.
I like your optimism sometimes, Nick.
Leg slip has come in to join the slip with Bennett on strike. The one thing that Essex don't want is
We heard the round of applause around the ground.
Absolutely out of the question. If Bennett can survive the next 3 balls, is not to take a single off the 4th. Because that's the problem. Critchley is completely stranded at the moment. He's getting very, very little of a strike. He's got a single now, that's okay. I think he'll probably settle for that. He's looking for the second, and Critchley said, absolutely no way.
Not in a million years.
He was sort of just jogged a little bit, but very quickly got the message from Matt Critchley. I'm going to have to take the strike as much as I can. But well done to Charlie Bennett for actually getting the run there.
Absolutely.
There's not been many of them around recently.
Now, does Critchley just go large and hope to score as many runs as quickly as possible, or try and eke out the strike for... How many overs have we got left? 15 overs.
I mean, if Yorkshire did win this game very quickly, the way the pitch is played, I mean, the thing that they've got is a very small target at the moment.
Yeah.
So they could actually really give it a go from the start, and it would be interesting to see where their net run rate ended up. Well, obviously the Middlesex game is looking like one that's going to go quite a long distance. So, and Sussex have batted reasonably well, despite the fact they've only won the 1 game. Generally speaking, their batting has held up. So one expects they'll give they're probably going to be chasing a target in excess of 300, but you feel that game will probably go the distance. So who knows? Anything is possible. But the way Yorkshire have played, there may even be a bit of nervousness in the Middlesex camp. But I say it's a lot of ground to make up. And I would think it would still need a big Sussex win, which is unlikely. So. At the moment, they're happy for Critchley to take the single. And he's done that, which means they've got 2 deliveries to bowl at Bennett. What a performance, though, by the Yorkshire attack.
Yeah.
I mean, there has been, the group is stronger than the other group simply because of the top sides. The other group has a much more uniform quality of everybody beating everybody else, and there's a bigger gap between top and bottom in this group, but the strength of the top sides is what set it apart.
Well played.
It's interesting, there's still quite a lot happening with the pitch. I mean, 131 for 9. 230 would be a very useful score on this, you feel, but it's not going to happen.
150 would be a good score.
It wouldn't. Well, so things have been like a normal innings.
I know.
You know what I mean? But
yes, I do
manage to get some sort of platform.
Anything over 225 on this wicket, you'd think
would have been quite useful.
Yes.
Well done to Charlie Bennett, because at least denied Code the ambition of finishing the innings in that over. He's got 3 for 20 in 7 overs. He's been absolutely outstanding. Cliff and Code, what a combination they have been, and White's bowled pretty well. I mean, I'm not sure there's room for all of them in the side, just keeping the right balance. But Anthony McGrath, all credit to him. It's been an up and down season for Yorkshire in the Championship, but they've been very good in this competition.
Yes, well, what can Matt Critchley do now? Don Bess, who's been outstanding, he's only got 2 overs left, 3 for 29. He and Code have been the standouts. And that's nicely flicked into the deep, and Critchley's decided he's going to trust his batting partner from what he's seen so far. And in fact, Bennett hasn't batted badly.
Bess can't improve his previous
No, he
best
can't.
bowling
No, he
figures now.
can't. He can only finish with 4 for. But no one can beat him either. No one can take over his 5 for 37, which is the best figures by a Yorkshire player in a list day match against Essex. Just about keeps that ball under control, Bennett.
This is one of those things, guys. Now, I think even Glenn McGrath probably got better with the bat as time went on.
Yes, not much.
And not much, but generally bowlers with the experience of playing the game will, because they're getting more opportunities to bat, for varying amounts of time down the bottom of the order, they'll start to get the hang of it, and once they develop their bowling skills, they'll start to think about their batting.
And that was a nice looking drive. The pace was taken off it, so they'll only have a single, but decent shot from Bennett.
But I suppose the unfortunate thing is they haven't been able to get too much out of the seam bowlers in terms of contributions with the bat.
That's another single.
If anything, Mackenzie Jones has been the most encouraging, but of course he got out very cheaply today.
Yes. But the moment Charlie Bennett doing what his team need him to do, and that's smacked up to mid-off, but no run, and it means Matt Critchley keeps the strike, so it's all good stuff so far. 3 off the over.
Good common sense start from Bennett. And it might be that Critchley has seen enough of Bennett in his previous games and think, well, I can trust him, even though he's actually coming at number 11. It might be that obviously Critchley it must have been very disappointing for him, stranded with non-strikers then while those wickets were falling. But now he's got a single probably anywhere he wants it. Code's 8th over, 3 for 20. Hit that one quite firmly to backward point, so no chance of a run there.
Must be it's so difficult mentally for Critchley at the moment. He knows that he needs to score runs, but has to protect the one last batter. Well bowled again.
As I was talking about Vansh, V-A-N-S-H, Yanni, J-A-N-A-N-I, and in a pretty ordinary season for Warwickshire and white ball cricket, he's been a rare bright spark. He's 98 not out today. His previous scores in the last 4 games, 66 not out, 66 not out again, 33 and 88. So he's certainly in a decent amount of form. 21-year-old. And a classic case of somebody coming on in this competition. And he's just gone out for 98, so he's just not quite managed to get that 100, but he's carried on that fine vein of form. And Warwickshire at 200 for 6 in the 34th over. Well, their faint chances of qualifying receding. Kent, well, they're in a good position in that game, but they will need quite a lot to go their way, because Lancashire are doing very well. Lancashire in a very, very good position against Somerset, whose position isn't looking too clever in the group. Keaton Jennings 97 not out. Rocky Flintoff 49 not out from 36 balls, and Lancashire 239 for 3 with 16 overs left. And that is at Taunton, so it sounds like a flat one at Taunton, but Lancashire piling on the runs there.
Didn't Rocky Flintoff get a half? I think he got a half century last time.
I think so, yes, he's in form. Well, they're doing what they can.
Just nick the strike.
Critchley is even taking a single to again leave the more inexperienced player on strike. But no, it has been a tremendous effort from this Yorkshire attack, and you feel there is going to be something in it for the Essex bowlers, but they don't have the runs to play with. 136 for 9. Bennett back on strike with 3, and Critchley 42.
Indeed, so Bennett will be facing Dom Bess. Bess bowling. Oh no, he's keeping an over back for himself, and it will be Zafar Chauhan into the attack.
Number 5, Zafar Chauhan.
So Zafar Chauhan into the attack. Bowled his previous 7 overs from the Sir Alistair Cook end, so this is the first time he's had a dart from the Graham Gooch end.
We mentioned early on that Middlesex were 20 for 2, but the fact they're now 199 for 2 is indicative of the way Middlesex have played this season. Whenever they've been faced a problem, they've dealt with it very well. Fernandez and Cracknell both have 90 not out, and they have put on 179. We're in the 34th over against Sussex there.
Nicely played.
I mean, I think the odds are you'd expect Middlesex to be able to defend whatever score they're going to get there, which you would think would be around about 350, 340, 350.
Yes, because if they win, it doesn't matter what anybody else does. Yeah,
is the most likely scenario. I mean, it is looking like very much like the top 3 are going to stay for me in the same order, and that's probably quite right, because they've been the 3 best sides.
The 3 best sides, absolutely.
Durham in a very good position against Worcestershire, who are now 7 down, so they're still going very well.
Chauhan. And that's some shot. Gave it a little bit of air. And Charlie Bennett took on the challenge and took it on rather well.
Expecting a shout of send him up the order after that one.
That's a very nicely played shot. He was unlucky not to get 6. And a quicker ball this time. And that's played again pretty well by Bennett out into the leg side, perfectly safely. He moves on to 8. Score to 141 for 9. He's got a high score of 11 in this format, so he's closing in on it.
So far, very happy return to Chelmsford for Anthony McGrath.
Yes, of course. Matt Critchley very happy just to take the single and give Bennett the strike. And
he was talking on the Yorkshire website in an interview about how impressed he's been with the reaction to that. Well, in cricketing terms, mini disaster. Of course, the quarter-final against Somerset, the way that game ended. But
that was the T20.
Yes, it's galvanised the side clearly. And it would have been interesting to see how Yorkshire would have fared if they got to finals day.
That's nicely played as well. He should get 2. That'll take him to double figures and his 2nd highest ever score in List A.
Well, Critchley's found a partner he can rely on. The only snag is it's the number 11.
He's had to wait a while. His previous best partner was Ali Zeb, who made 14. Nobody else has made double figures with Critchley. And again, he happily steals the strike, and there's
Right.
9 off the over.
It's ironic how infrequently Critchley's been on strike at the start of an over in the last 10 overs or so, but Bennett has done well.
It's equalled his highest ever score.
Got 145 for 9. It's very hard to see a way back.
Oh, for
Just
sure.
got to obviously try and extend this as long as possible.
But these are... Oh, there we
Coming
go.
on the ball, number 18, George Hill.
Queen again, making sure that you don't miss out on that on August the 22nd. Well, another one bites the dust has been the Queen song so far for Essex, sadly.
Yes, it'll take a very, very strange kind of magic from Farmer and Critchley to get them out of this with the ball, but wow, it's been very impressive from Yorkshire, I have to say.
Hill back into the attack. He bowled well earlier on, 1 for 9 from his 4.
But at least Essex, as I say, I'm sure the Queen event will have the miracle song as well. That would be probably fairly appropriate if Essex win this game. But Essex will have a week. The players will have some time off, I'm sure, and then some Red Bull practice.
Yep.
Wait till the heat wave finishes and get back to normal temperatures on Saturday, perhaps, and have some Red Bull practice.
I'm sure the county championship begins. We'll start getting rain again.
Yeah. I think at the moment it's still set reasonably fair. Though I think, as I say, it's going to be whoever is playing in those quarterfinals on Friday. It looks like being very hot work. But the championship doesn't resume until Thursday of next week, so there's quite a long gap. But some of these players who've been playing in this and the Blast deserve a break.
Oh, that's well played.
It's nicely done. Away for 4 to the fine leg boundary. Well, Charlie Bennett showing his full range of strokes here.
That's his best ever score.
There was a fine leg on the boundary there, but he took the fielder on, hit it fine enough, and away for 4. Well, at least a little bit of substance from this last pair. And that's not a bad shot in the circumstances.
No, he dug it out well, didn't he?
Critchley has now got a bit impatient
Yeah.
with a single being taken off the last ball,
Exactly.
and decided that although there was a very long single there, he wasn't particularly interested, so he's going to have the strike. Not this time, he's saying to Charlie.
No.
And, but Bennett has done well, and as I say, what do you think, Guy? I mean, it's been a problem for Essex. So it was most evident in the Hampshire game.
Yeah.
But once, I think it was probably exposed a little bit in the first game at Radlett. They haven't had many runs from, say, number 8 down, possibly 7 down on occasions.
Yeah, and even against Derbyshire, where they managed to get over the line, they sort of start fantastic starts,
Yes.
and then things begin to stutter. And certainly against Hampshire, you felt they were at least 20-30 runs shy of what they should have scored.
And that's
out
exactly how it turned out.
And
That
that's
game really showed
Jack White.
that 316, 317 on good pitches, as at Arundel, wasn't going to be enough.
No.
Whereas the 370 odd they got against Warwickshire made all the Worcestershire made all the difference.
Well, Jack White into the attack. Critchley just plays that out into the leg side. Basically, these two just want to bat as long as humanly possible and use up as much of the 50 overs as possible. And if they can get from here, say they did 4 and over from now on, they'd have a score of around 190.
there haven't been too many top order collapses though, and that's what we've had today.
No, exactly.
That's mainly down to Noah Thane, with obviously Benkenstein and Wesley.
Ironic cheers for the 150. Well, maybe not ironic, maybe just pleased to see that they've got there. And these two have put on 21 now for the 10th wicket.
Yep, see the scoreboard there. White and yellow, and slightly better news for Essex supporters.
Yes.
As is this breeze at the moment.
And that's a very nice looking forward defensive too, so Bennett showing all his array of shots at the moment. We've seen the hook shot, we've seen the drive, we've seen the forward defensive.
Well, Essex would love one of these two. I'm thinking particularly of Mackenzie Jones and Bennett, to be able to develop a little bit with the bat.
Yes.
Particularly for next season would be really handy. I'm not expecting him to turn into a Graham Napier, but you know, just
a handy
being able
number
to,
9. Yes.
Yeah, that's right. Number 9 would be a good example.
That was another good shot because he's bowling well White, as he has done throughout. As you can see from his figures, he might not have taken a wicket, but he's been very difficult to get away.
But the problem, if you have just joined us, that Essex have found out what happens if Noah Thane goes relatively cheaply. He went for 19, Benkenstein 22. And really, apart from Critchley's 44 not out, there hasn't been a lot else. Only Zeb and Charlie Bennett in double figures. After that, Wesley made 12.
Another nice looking shot, but straight to mid-on, so no run.
Yes, and they're losing Rullison and Harmer for 9 runs between them. They couldn't really afford that.
Well, that
and really some excellent spin bowling.
That was during the spin, which really did turn the tide, and clever captaincy as well, bring Adam Lythe on for a couple of overs. He had Harmer stumped. And that's kept out. There's only 1 off the over, but it doesn't really matter at this stage. 150 for 9 after 40. 10 overs left. And these two have...
That's the end of the second power play.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, they've stayed together for 6 overs.
10 overs, Yorkshire can have 5 fielders outside the ring.
Yes, I suspect this power play is largely academic from a Yorkshire point of view, because it's going to depend on who's on strike, how many fielders want to have outside. They can have 5, but they will probably adjust things a little bit depending on who's on strike.
Who's come into the attack now?
George Hill looks
George Hill to continue, yeah.
He's got 1 for 13 in 5 overs. Has been just a relentless accuracy and uniformity about the Yorkshire bowling.
Yeah, the 3 spinners have bowled really
and of
well.
Course, you know, generally a bit more experience. It's going to be a single off the first ball. It'll be stopped at deep square leg.
He feels he missed out there, didn't he, Matt Critchley? He thought that was there to find the gap, but he couldn't find the gap.
I mean, obviously Code's been around for a while.
He's 32 now.
Yeah, so a mixture of sort of younger bowlers and experienced ones. I mean, Cliff got 3 for 54 in 20. He's not playing in this game, being rested, but he got 3 for 54 a couple of years ago in this fixture. And that is that. A swing across the line from Bennett. And it is a 2nd wicket for Hill, and Essex have been bowled out for 151, which, with most of the last 10 overs unused, surely isn't going to be enough to win this game. It's been a tremendous performance from Yorkshire as a warm-up, if you like, to knockout stages. Even with the rested Cliff, the rest of the bowling attack has been absolutely superb, and that was just a bit of a swing, which was unfortunately down the wrong line from Bennett, who played enterprisingly, but Critchley was left stranded. 45 for 37, and it was really the quick departures of Rollison and Harmer which were rather set the pattern up, because obviously then the bowlers fell fairly cheaply, with only Bennett really supplying some resistance. Zeb looked good for a little while with a couple of nice strokes, but It's a batting card that really tells the tale with Critchley left stranded and not a lot else. Bennett and Thane on this occasion getting starts but not being able to go on, and really absolutely excellent from really all the Yorkshire bowlers. I mean, the standouts there are Code 3 for 22 and Best 3 for 32, but Hill taking a couple of wickets, and Lyth a very useful one for 8, and he'll be looking to try and get back into some batting form a little bit later. But you feel this is now Yorkshire looking to win this game and look to win it as quickly as they can, just to see off any possible threat from Durham. But with only 152 to chase, I don't think there's going to be an issue there. It looks odds on of a top 3 at the start of the day, going to be the top 3 that deservedly qualify for these latter stages, and very, very good indeed from Yorkshire and Essex today. Not really been able to resist on a pitch offering the bowlers some help. A very, very good attack that could potentially be strong enough to win this competition.
Yeah, Code and Best, there they are. 3 for 22 from 8, 3 from 32 for 9, and Hill's 2 for 14 in just over 5. I think, though, that Charlie Bennett will be ever so slightly disappointed with that shot, nearly as disappointed as Matt Critchley was with it, who turned away pretty sharply on his heels. Because, to be honest, there were 10 overs to go. He didn't have to play that shot. I know he's a number 11, but he'd batted so sensibly till then. It was, well, there we are.
It was a bit of a swing across the line, wasn't it? It was down the wrong line, but yeah, just that was disappointing. But he done okay up to that point. But Critchley was trusting him to a certain extent.
Yeah, well, he was the 4th highest scorer coming in at number 11.
Yeah, tells a story.
Yeah, and they put on 22 for the 5th wicket, which was one of the higher partnerships. But
having said that, if Bennett can take 4 wickets quickly with the ball, that will be forgiven.
Absolutely.
So we shall see what happens.
We will. But yes, defending 151 is tough. Let's see if Essex can do it.
You may well be, but Jack! How are you?
So, as we get set for the winner cruise game, could we ask that all the lucky participants who are chosen to take part bring their winner's ticket with them and come round to the Ambassador Cruise Line trailer. Thank you.
Oh yes, get it, George. Right, here's else, come in. Good stop, good stop. Guys, see if you can hit it into the crowd. Throw it, George, throw it to me.
We're here in front of the Woodland Stand.
I've just been told. I know. I just got told. I'm fine. I'm getting over.
On the 5-night Cricket Legends Festive Getaway, sailing with our friends at Ambassador Cruise Line from London Tilbury on the 13th of December this year. Now they've got 3 attempts. They have to get into either that hole, that hole, or that hole. We'll have a demo just to see if it can be done. Well, this here's the ball. Right, so that's how not to do it. First up, your name, sir? Mark. Mark, you used to throwing a cricket ball? No? That might be a good thing, don't worry about it. Right, you've got 3 opportunities. You've got to stand behind the orange cones. Mark, take it away.
Right, George, Jack.
Unlucky, Mark.
George, your turn.
They've come back, that's a good thing. So the boomerang, but don't worry about it.
What if you swap?
Right, next up, madam, your name? Sam, okay, right, Sam, you see how Mark set the lead. See if you can get it through the holes. Come on, Sam. Ooh, she did go higher. Unlucky, Sam. Right, third up. Your name, madam? Annabelle, right. Used to throw cricket ball? That's a good thing, don't worry about it. You can go underarm or overarm, it's up to you. Take it away. Ooh, that's the closest. One more. Everybody from you is blowing as hard as they could to get that one in. Unlucky, Annabelle. Right. Your name, sir? Right, Chris, you've seen what to do. Show it can be done. Come on. One more, Chris. Unlucky. Right. Have we saved the best till last? This is a big question. Your name, sir? It's David. David, right. Just focus, concentrate, and hit the target. Come on, you can hear what the Woodland Stand behind us is giving it. Come on, positive vibes. Bit low. Come on, make it count. Unlucky, David. Well, there we have it. Thanks to everybody for coming out and having a go. Don't forget, go and visit our friends at Ambassador Cruise Line. There's more chances to win other prizes. And they'll be here for everyone going with information on sailings and more ways to win.
Right, here's George. Ready? George. Boy. Essex.
Oh yeah, to keep me.
I think it's clear, yeah, his name's at the far end. Red Latin. Other people skirting around. I'm quite happy to leave. Yeah. Also, I don't know if you know his mum was my chemistry teacher.
Well, that's what I was going to say. That's the.
Mum used to keep me going to chemistry teacher. In fact, it was Richard was my form tutor in year 10, and we were so terrible that he then got given year 7 afterwards. But also he was our chemistry for year 10 and then stepping to go for year 11 because we needed control and she could do that. I mean, compared to normal school. No. Whoa, Nigel!
Oh, my big
Catch
chance.
it! It's your moment!
It's your moment. No.
Throw the ball, Alistair.
Yorkshire batters already out, Adam Lyth and Will Laxton, as they look to chase down 152 they need for victory and a guaranteed place in at least the semi-finals. Almost certainly. No, the quarter-finals, I'll get that right. After earlier, Essex, if you're just joining us, shot out for just 151 in the 41st over. Superb bowling performance from Yorkshire, and somehow Essex have to replicate it to give themselves half a chance here.
And I think we can say that even now Yorkshire have got through because they can't lose this game heavily enough to be any worry to them.
That's very true. That's very true. So they are through, yes.
Whatever happens. But Mackenzie Jones to bowl to the out of form Adam Lyth, and that's one thing Yorkshire would like. They'd like Lyth to get a bit of a hit here. Doesn't have to bat at any great pace, but that would be helpful for them. And that one is a bit of a looping wide, which is a bit of a sighter for the experienced left-hander, who oddly has not been at his best in this competition in the last couple of years. He was very happy with the wicket he got earlier, and still plays a very valuable role on the side. But if he were to get into a little bit of nick just coming into the knockout stages, could be very handy for Yorkshire. That's going to be another wide, unfortunately. Not quite as wide, but still very much in the wrong area. So
really not the perfect start,
no.
is it, when you're defending 151?
No. So yeah, it's been a very good day for Yorkshire, and on this evidence, I wouldn't bat it back against them. And last year they run into the knockout juggernaut that were Hampshire, and they won the group. But I don't think they're going to have Hampshire to worry about this time. It's just slightly miscued, perhaps indicative of Lyth not being in the best of form. So we'll just run through what's happening in this group. So Middlesex, whose net run rate is based, there are 4 points clear, and their net run rate is basically worth another point. 268 for 4 with 7 overs to go against Sussex. That's Radlett, and Cracknell is going along nicely there. He is 128, just out for 128. And Fernandez made 92, and that was a huge partnership, which is worth 202, which must be one of Middlesex's bigger list A third wicket stands in recent years, certainly. 202 for the third wicket after they were 20 for 2. So 268 for 4, 7 overs and a bit to go. They're on course for, you would have thought, 340 plus, which probably is going to be enough for them there. Sounds like a good wicket at Radlett, that one. Oh, it's another wide, and quite a wide one as well. So tough for Essex here, because there's not a lot to bowl at, and obviously there's 3 runs less now with those wides. Worcestershire 291 for 9, 1 over to go against Durham. Worcestershire basically have got to win that game to have any chance, and probably win it quite well, to overtake Durham's net run rate. And that's going to be hard from here. You fancy that at the very least Durham are going to get close to that. But interestingly, Tom Taylor 86 from 74 balls, and Ben Allison got 27, and those two put on runs together. So there's a bit of a recovery there. And 291 for 9 with an over to go. So you think that's probably going to be within Durham's compass. Ben Stokes took 1 for 61 in 9 overs, 2 wickets for Casey Aldridge, and for the leg spinner Ghaffari. That's who ran out Thane the other day, and that's 1 on target. So Lyth, the balls he's had that have been straight, he's not been able to get Mackenzie Jones away, but the snag is that Mackenzie Jones has already given away 3 in extras. target just 152.
Oh,
That's more like it. He's bowled some pretty useful deliveries to a right-hander so far, Mackenzie Jones, but that's the first good one to the left-hander.
what was the old A.A. Milne line? When he was good, he was very, very good, and when he was bad, he was horrid.
Well, our Somerset colleague Anthony Gibson put that in something on social media about Somerset.
Oh,
and
really?
their performances, yeah, which I thought was quite amusing. When they're good, they're very, very good, and when they're bad, they're not.
horrid,
Yeah. But that was a good delivery. Well, it just sums up a couple of things. The over, obviously, he's got his bearings, Jones, but a couple of things. There still appears to be something in the pitch. It looks a bit two-paced. Live is not in form, and it might just be Live just has to stay out there and battle away, because he's got some informed players batting around him, and that's one thing that is going to help Yorkshire here, because they do have some decent batting form in the top order, and Luxton is about to take strike. Their leading run scorer 344 runs with 2 centuries and a 50, and he probably won't need a century today, but another 50 will certainly seal the deal.
Absolutely. No, 344 runs at a fraction over 49. And it is Charlie Bennett who will be charging in from the Graham Gooch end. And the two batters just going to have a little word with each other. The 38-year-old experienced Adam Live and the 23-year-old William Luxton. England under 19. Immediately looking to attack. A pretty good first delivery by Bennett.
Bit of hope for Hampshire, because Derbyshire, not untypically, have not capitalised on a very good start. 317 for 5 they made, and 4 wickets for the off-spin of Tom Prest. 4 for 73, mind you, but still 4 wickets. But Hampshire are going to have to chase that down very quickly to stay in contention and potentially get to 20 points.
Yeah, that's a big ask. And that's wide, and 2 wide, so a 4th wide. We have yet to have a run off the bat, but we've had 4 wides thus far. And Essex need to get their radar right.
Hampshire's net run rate is just below, it's just in the negative, minus 0.1. And Durham, the team they're chasing, plus 0.3. So they need Durham to lose, and they need to try and claw that back.
It's a nice looking shot, but a good sliding stop.
But the snag for Hampshire is the side Durham are playing, Worcestershire, who will gain, of course, if they win well. And Worcestershire bowled out for 291 at New Road, so Durham chasing 292, and you'd probably make them favourites at this stage.
Still an ask though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Anything around the 300 when you're chasing. And that was a swish and a miss. At first I thought I heard something, but I didn't. And that is well bowled from Bennett.
There's probably, we've had, I'm sure, lots of innings have started with helpings of 4 wides and that sort of thing, but there's probably some interesting record about how many runs have been scored in an innings before a run comes off the bat.
Yes.
I'm sure it won't be broken today, but it's just an interesting record that somebody will know the answer to,
Indeed.
whether it's in List A or Championship cricket.
And that bounces off a knee and will be the first run of the innings. And it is pretty hard to field at times out here with the hard outfield. Yorkshire did really, really well, I have to say. They fielded superbly. But every so often one hops and bounces, and you're used to getting down as you normally would to stop the ball, and it pings up at you.
100 for Rocky Flintoff. 104 not out from 66 balls. Keaton Jennings made 156 from 127. It's probably very flat at Staunton, but Lancashire 364 for 4 with 5.2 overs to go.
My
in
word.
that match. That's going to be 400, you think?
Should be. Oh, and that's an absolute jaffer. What a great delivery. No problem bowling to the left-hander as far as Bennett is concerned.
So basically we've got Leicester on 20 points in that group, not playing, but a good net run rate. Notts, Lancashire, Surrey and Kent all on 16. Notts and Surrey are playing each other, news on that in the moment. But Lancashire probably need to win that game, and they're in a pretty good position. They're sitting in third at the moment.
Well, hopefully for Bennett this will be the final ball of his first over. And that's allowed to go through by Lythe, who judged it well on bounce, because it certainly went over the top of his stumps, but he judged it on length. And 2 runs from the first over from Bennett, and it's 5 without loss, 4 of those from wides.
And just as Derbyshire didn't cash in on a good start, Surrey definitely hadn't. They were at one point 175 for no wicket in the 30th over. They are 271 for 7 in the 47th.
Wow,
so
that is a collapse.
102 for Patel, 84 for Sibley, the opening pair, and we have 4 for 42 for Dylan Pennington, who's been in and out of the 100, but Notts have appreciated having him with them while he's been there. So Notts currently sitting in second place, will certainly be very well placed to qualify if they win that game. It's a delivery which is shaping towards leg stump, but Yorkshire also finding it quite hard to time the ball, and it looks like one of these situations where it's going to be difficult for batters all day. I mean, we might see an explosion of hitting from Yorkshire, but the general impression is it's not particularly easy out there. Now that is going to help, of course, from a Yorkshire point of view, because that is the extra helping of wides that we were alluding to. There has been 1 run off the bat, we should mention, but other than that, the other 9 runs, including 5 there, have come from wides.
When you're defending 150, you really just can't do this.
It's a shame because Mackenzie Jones, I mean,
when he's on target, he's been
Jones
superb.
on Friday, so this is what can happen for a younger bowler. Defended 5, there were 6 to win, only conceded 2 in the last over under tremendous pressure. And there's been a couple of runs there, that's slightly on the pads for Luxton. That was an absolutely superb performance from him.
It's a good stop out in the deep.
Yes, Zaman actor there. But yes, think about obviously younger bowlers, you're going to see differences in ups and downs in performance level, but it'd be slightly disappointing with his start there. But he kept Essex in the game for 1 game longer than they would have been, but for that over in the competition, because obviously they would have been out if they'd lost in Cardiff. Now that's better, that's a lot better, and out. And well done, because he's struggled out there as Mackenzie Jones, but he's actually pitched one perfectly against a very informed batter. And it looked a pretty good shout all the way along there. Luxton wasn't really that far forward, and he's gone LBW. So 12 for 1, and well done, Mackenzie Jones. Who's been not his best start there, but he's got a wicket, and maybe that will get him back into the sort of form that he has been showing in previous games. It is his 14th in the competition.
Well, just watching the replays again, I don't think the batter can have too many qualms about it. He might look disappointed, but I think that's more with the fact that he was beaten, hit in front and had to go.
Yeah, didn't appear to have moved too far forward.
I don't think there was a problem with height.
So
lovely to me.
It's going to be tough for Essex to get into this game with so few runs. But and they do back quite a long way down, Yorkshire, with Best coming in at number 8.
Yes.
But here's Will Bennison, who's been doing pretty capably. 144 runs. But he tends to back quite conservatively. His strike rate is only 62, which is quite low for this competition.
But in this kind of match,
today.
yeah, exactly.
And on a tricky pitch, So it might be that he can play an innings that's well suited to these circumstances. That's better though for Mackenzie Jones. But what a performance that was at Cardiff. Just well, making sure Essex won a game that they actually had already completely won twice. And at least it took it to Sunday. He suddenly found a bit of consistency there. That was a useful delivery and pretty quick.
That really was. Welcome to the crease for Will Bennison as it wrapped him on the thigh pad, jagged back the delivery. After a few wild wides, he's seems to have got the radar working again now.
Still looks pretty tricky for batters out there. Kent, one of the sides on 16 points in Group A, but have the weakest of the net run rates, but they've got a decent shot at rugby because they bowled Yorkshire out for 263, and Janny made 98, the youngster we were talking about earlier, and Lintott is a useful bowling all-rounder, 32 not out for Yorkshire, and Milnes 4 for 52, who was with Yorkshire the last 3 years, I think, and so he switched from Yorkshire to back to Kent where he started, but he's been the wickets today, and he did very well in the competition for Yorkshire last year, so interesting to see him doing well today. 12 for 1 Yorkshire. We've had 3 overs, the target is 152, and it's going to take a lot of early wickets for Essex to have any realistic chance here.
Absolutely right, but they have got the early breakthrough that they desperately needed. Lyth has struggled a bit to get going so far. He's faced 8 balls and yet to get off the mark. Again, it's a good delivery and a good leave on length from Lyth.
Yeah, Mackenzie Jones getting a wicket, but I suppose the thought is on this pitch that a Snater or Porter would have been relentlessly accurate, and but I suppose you have to weigh that against the fact he's got the wicket, so that's it's 6 and half a dozen, isn't it? But what can Bennett do here?
And you can understand why now they can't qualify.
Yeah,
Essex
absolutely.
are holding both of those bowlers back. That's not played altogether convincingly by Lyth, but it's perfectly safe in the end, and Bennett at the moment has got his length and line to the left-hander nicely set.
Elsewhere in Group A, Northants 308 all out at Cheltenham, 79 to McSweeney, 75 to Bartlett, and 4 wickets there for Daz Ahmed, who's a new name to me for Gloucestershire. 4 for 56.
Good bounce and carry through to the wicket-keeper on that occasion. And we do have Grant Rollifson behind the stumps today for the first time in the competition.
Northants need to win that game to have any chance. Warwick should still have a chance against Kent, but the fact they've been bowled out is not going to help their cause. So all but Gloucestershire in that Group A can still get through.
And Lyth is off the mark. He might pick up a boundary. No, it will be cut off, but there are usually 3 down there if you want them. And they've decided there are 3 down there, and they do want them. And despite the best efforts of Mitchell Colleen, 3 go next to the name of Adam Lyth as he finally gets off the mark.
And it looks like Lancashire, I think Lancashire have the highest score already in this competition so far, because I think Essex's was second against Worcestershire. So Lancashire are going to beat their own mark, and they'll set the biggest score of the competition. They're likely to get over 400. We'll let you know how many they end up with.
Oh, and that just cuts the batter in half. Interestingly, the two slips thought they'd heard something. The wicket-keeper didn't seem terribly interested, but it may well have flicked something on the way through, but not, says the umpire, the bat, as we watch the replay. No, I think it flicked off his thigh as it went through, but it's a terrific delivery. Beat him all ends up, but unfortunately for Essex, not off the bat. Oh, and there's another beauty that beats him for fun outside off stump, and that's a really good over. 3 runs from it in the end, and the score is 15 for 1 after 4, but both of these two young Essex bowlers going nicely now.
That massive 100 from Keaton Jennings took him to 560 runs in the competition. He's 11 behind Noah Thane. But if Lancashire get through, of course, he's likely to overtake Thane in terms of being the leading run scorer. So a big knock from Keaton Jennings today has taken him from in the pack of leading run scorers into quite a clear second place, but still 11 behind Noah Thane. So, Lyth on 3 from 12. That's also, by the way, the highest individual score in the competition this season, at 156. And Mackenzie Jones bowling rather better now to a left-hander, ball leaving him outside the off stump.
But you're right, Nick, the pitch is still doing a bit, isn't it?
Yes,
Even
I mean,
though
230 would have been a heck of a useful score on this.
yes.
And then you add to the fact that if it had still been a live game, that one of Porter or Snater would certainly have played. But these two doing pretty well after Mackenzie Jones' slightly wayward start. Only 3 runs off the bat so far. I mean, plus because we've had 1 wicket go down, but
And he scored 3, so yes, six off the bat
altogether.
So, but yes, 3 scoring shots essentially in these first 5 overs so far.
So Lancashire have overtaken the 383 for 9 that they made against Sussex at home. In fact, 383 for 4 that one was. Hampshire drew level with them against Sussex, made 383, but now Lancashire are going to have the highest score of the competition, and it's yet to finish. That's good. And Mackenzie Jones, after taking a while to find his radar, has secured another low score for Adam Lyth, whose struggles in this competition continue. Just thought he had a forcing shot there off the back foot, but wasn't quite there for the stroke, and nicely taken at cover. So 2 wickets for Mackenzie Jones. Well, it's going to take something quite special for Essex to get back into this. Another couple of wickets quickly, and who knows, but 152 is the target. It's 15 for 1.
Not a great shot by Adam Lyth, was it? To hit that on the up to cover. Did move away from him slightly, but a nice comfortable catch, I think, by Akhtar. But yes, good work. And a good fight back from Essex. Suddenly they can set the nerves jangling in that Yorkshire dressing room.
Right, it is. It's a different sort of pitch to the one that we've seen in previous games, isn't it? And particularly the pitch last Sunday, and in fact it was the same one that we used on the Friday game against Hampshire. That was a 340 pitch then, and it was worth even more actually a couple of days later. It didn't deteriorate at all. But this is a rather different bowler friendly surface, so something quite different. And I think York should be quite happy with winning this game, just winning this game now.
Yeah.
Because if they lose another couple of quick wickets, it could become quite tense. But good batting in Wharton, 222 runs in the competition. and they do have quite a good and lengthy lineup. And as we mentioned, Wharton has a good record with 50s in 2023 and 2024 in the games between these two sides. Got a pretty good delivery first up, but he's played a very nice stroke away through square leg.
And it beats, I think, the attempted stop with the foot, so 4 runs.
Mackenzie Jones initially thought that he was quite close to getting him trapped LBW, but in fact, Wharton played that well enough along the ground to have enough timing to beat Bennett running round towards deep square leg boundary. So it was really well done by Wharton. Got those run one of those 50s here at Chelmsford in 2023 in Yorkshire's 5-wicket win. That's a bit of a loose stroke. One challenge that Yorkshire have overcome pretty well. I mean, they've lost the services of overseas player who probably scored about, I don't know what the exact figure was, but probably about 30 or 35% of all their runs last year. With Imam ul Haq averaging 98 with 688 runs in the competition, second only to Nick Gubbins.
Wow.
So they've done really well actually with that huge a chunk of runs taken out of their lineup, and they've done pretty well in the circumstances. But on a testing surface today, they've probably had 1 or 2 to deal with actually in the competition. I mentioned that narrow win at Neath, which sounded like a pretty bowler-friendly surface, so it's not going to be anything new for Yorkshire to have to worry about. I think that was sort of like a 200 pitch, I think, from memory, but it was a low-scoring game. So they have dealt with these situations pretty well before, but Essex starting to bowl a bit better now, and Bennett has started certainly the more consistently of the two, with 2 overs for 5, and it's 19 for 2.
Yeah, he has been the man to keep the runs down from his end, but the 2 wickets have fallen at the other. Mackenzie Jones fighting back. Oh, and an absolute beauty again. And he has bowled well. Bennett with little luck so far. 2 new batters at the crease as well. So
just shows you how difficult it is for the batters out there. We thought it might just initially be a new ball, but it really never got any easier for batting, and spin obviously played a role as well.
A big role, didn't it? And about over 15 onwards. Pitched up a little, just trying to make the ball do something, and nicely driven, but straight to the fielder. You just feel that they want to get on with it, Yorkshire, because it's a very small target, but suddenly it's looking a little bit further away than it did earlier.
Yeah, they'll be relieved it's not 50 runs more.
Yeah, quite. Two slips in still for Essex. Just wandering onto middle and leg, and it's turned around the corner for an easy 2. Good piece of fielding, keeps them down to just 2.
And Lancashire have their highest ever List A score. When you think back, obviously in the days of that great Lancashire side of the 70s and 80s in particular, in fact the 90s as well, scoring rates weren't quite so high, even in 60 over games.
It's nicely guided, but it's well fielded this time.
But
it wasn't an easy pickup, but it was made to look so.
You think back to that era, obviously the era of Clive Lloyd and a very strong Farouk Engineer, very strong all-round side in the 70s, and then the Wazim Akram era.
Yes.
But their previous highest, 406 for 9, they've beaten that. So it's a record for Lancashire today, which in a bit of an in-out season for Lancashire will cheer their supporters.
It's a nice looking drive for nothing.
To be honest, it's rather more out than in, but it's one thing that certainly would cheer a set of supporters is an all-time record. So that looks like they've got one there. 424 for 6 with 5 balls left at Taunton. Flintoff is out for 123. Keaton Jennings 156.
But I think any county supporters are glad of any cup run in any tournament, so I think it'll be greeted pretty warmly. And that's guided nicely down to third man. It'll just be the one.
Well, you sense it's flat, and Somerset should at home produce a good response to that, but it's going to be a huge total to get. Disappointment for Somerset, because they started off with hopes of getting through today. Their stats man, who I follow online, produces magnificent stats, went through a whole list of the permutations that Somerset needed today, which didn't look very promising from their point of view, and look rather less promising now.
Yes, and one of them probably wasn't the opposition score 400.
No.
Right, I'm going to go and get my sun cream as well. Are you all right, Nick?
Yes,
for the
I'm
next
fine.
Minute or two?
Dan.
Oh, here we go. It's our first Manhattan of the day, as we look and see how the scores compare. And to be honest, there's not much in it. 22 for 2 plays, 19 for no wicket.
There's a lot of Manhattans that didn't get off the ground for Essex as time goes on. That's in the end a little bit fortunate. It's off the cue end of the bat, and Benison a little bit lucky he didn't have that straight to Salmon Actor at mid wicket. Fascinating that this pitch remains difficult to bat on. Surely 152 is not a big enough target, but not for the first time in this competition. Essex, it was the same on a couple of occasions when they had high scoring games where they'd felt a few more runs would have been handy. This is probably another case in point. Because there's no timing at all, and Yorkshire might find they have to grind their way to this score, but no doubt Durham will be keeping an eye on what's going on here, but they'll know Yorkshire in a very strong position. But it will take quite something for Durham to chase their target down quickly enough, given the fact that Yorkshire have got such a relatively small target to reach, which should help them. That was a nice bit of timing from Benison, but straight to Luke Benkenstein. Probably quite pleased, Yorkshire here. They haven't had to face particularly Porter. I think his nagging accuracy would have been a real problem first up on this pitch. It's warm without being anything like as hot as it will be later in the week. It's mid-20s, the sun's still very strong.
It's up, it's getting to 28 now.
And there's a bit of a breeze.
But it really was hot out there.
Yeah. But days like this, which you normally count as about the hottest you're going to get in a summer, this is actually ranking as one of the cooler days of the week.
This is a warm-up, yes.
Yeah, it's absolutely. But I think there needs to be a message put out saying, thank you, we've had enough in terms of the heat of this summer. I appreciate it. Certainly while the kids are off school, it'll be nice for them to have decent weather the next couple of weeks, but there's always a case for thank you very much, we've got the message.
Yes, quite like some crops,
we'd like to return to normal.
Yes.
Can we have some of that weather they had in Durham?
Yes.
Light drizzle.
It was funny, I think it was for the Hampshire match. We had that downpour for about a minute and a half. And absolute stair rods. And then we haven't had anything since then at all. So that was in the car park before we started.
Lancashire's 443 for 6. We'll try and check on where that is in terms of highest list A scores ever. 443 for 6. Somerset chase that down. It'll put Craig Overton's efforts against Yorkshire into the shade.
I'll look up that.
Okay, thank you. Well done, Lancashire. I saw a comment actually on their website, not on the website, but basically a supporters discussion saying somebody put online that they thought Lancashire's bowling was still questionable in this format, but the batting was okay, and that certainly proved to be the case this afternoon. But Somerset are going to have to really go some there. 23 for 2, 2 wickets for Mackenzie Jones. Not too many runs off the bat. Difficult for the batters to find timing, but the good thing from Yorkshire's point of view is they only have to find another 129 runs.
Here are a few records. The all-time best score is 574 for 6. That was in Arunachal Pradesh. Then in Sri Lanka, 506 for 2. So we've had 2 huge scores. England's highest ever is 498 for 4.
Yep, remember that one.
And the highest one in domestic cricket, Surrey against Gloucestershire, 496 for 4.
That would be Alistair Brown, I suspect.
Almost certainly, yeah. And England made 481 for 6.
I think a few weeks ago in
against Australia.
A game in Ireland, I think one side scored about 450 there, and then won rather convincingly. But I think Lancashire must be favourites there. Tell you what, if Yorkshire, that would be an interesting match-up. If Yorkshire, it was a Roses match, the Yorkshire bowling against Lancashire's batting. But still, we still don't know if that's going to happen. I mean, if Yorkshire finish second, Lancashire third in the other group, then that it will happen.
One thing that Essex should be very proud of, the all-time highest scorer in List A cricket is Graham Gooch, 22,211 runs.
Played. Well, I was going to say played rather more. Of course, it
601
depended on
matches.
how far a side would go in the knockout part of the season. That's
It's cut away. It was short and wide, and that's probably the worst ball Bennett's bowled, and was treated as such.
As he got knocked out of the NatWest or Gillette early on, of course you couldn't get that many runs that season, and you tended to play 4 or 5 games in the 55 over competition, and then depended on if you got to knockout rounds or not. But that caps, of course, Gooch's record with one-day internationals for England, of which there were rather fewer in those days. Normally about 3 a season, I think.
Yep. 28 for 2. It's wide and cut away again, and that's 2 loose deliveries running, and you just can't do that to Benison in the form he's in currently.
Yeah, I mean, strikes, Benison looking at that strike rate, but he's made some good contributions, and I think he just waits for the bad ball and puts it away, and that's a classic example of what he's done in this over. Been very patient, but he's just hit a couple of boundaries to get his account really up and running.
Yeah, 9 off the over so far. Better. Tucks him up a little bit.
So one suspects, where are we, coming towards the end of the 8th over, will Wesley be tempted with any sort of spin bowling before the end of the power play, or will he switch the seamers before we get to the end of the 10th over? I do think Essex need to introduce at least one spin option as soon as possible, see what happens.
There is another county. Gloucestershire got 454 for 3 against Somerset at Bristol in 2023.
Crikey.
It's driven away, but it's well stopped, and they go for a single, and if that had hit, he was gone. It's a really good try, but it didn't miss by much. That was Ali Zeb who pinged that in, went straight to him. It was a strange run to go for, and he was off balance, and he thought he'd hit. He genuinely thought he'd hit. He was ready to celebrate, but instead they do take a single. Wharton survives. And that's allowed to pass outside, but 10 off the over. First double figure over of the innings. 33 for 2 after 8. That's a rare thing in this match. A run rate of over 4 and over.
Yeah, it's strange actually, because we started off with Jones being a bit erratic with his wides and Bennett being fairly accurate, and actually it's switched around a little bit, hasn't it, in the last couple of overs. So I would expect potentially Bennett to take a rest after that over. But Wesley's got very little to work with here, and you'll feel, I think, overall that there's been quite a lot of positives from the competition for the side. A few narrow things that went against them, Jones continuing with his 5th over. 2 for 15 in 4. That's a pretty useful one. He's unlucky there, it's gone for a 4, but again it's pretty quick and not quite where the batter was intending. He was shaping to try and hit into the offside.
That inside edge could have gone anywhere. It's one of those tough ones, isn't it? You've beaten him all ends up, but there's 4 next to his name and the target just gets that little bit smaller.
A few shots on the outer. Yes, very warm afternoon now, and that's a nice back foot force. It's going to be a long chase around the 3rd man boundary, and that is a pretty good stop. It's only going to, actually it'll save 2 runs because they were thinking of a 3rd that wasn't there, and it's a pretty good bit of work out there to save runs. But a little bit of a partnership taking shape now between these two. Yes, that was very well done because certainly not only to save the boundary but to prevent the 3rd run as well.
Yes.
With the sunshine, let's see if I can identify who that is out there, which I'll be able to do in a moment. But 39 for 2, needing 152 to win. Well, obviously bags of time. Over 41 overs left. But any sort of a partnership here for Yorkshire should set them on their way, and there's one building now. Led by Benison very much, but 19 from 25. But Mackenzie Jones putting it right in the right place more often than not as this spell has gone on. I think it was Charlie Bennett down there actually, just who produced that very good bit of fielding early in the over.
Well, it makes sense.
Logical place for him to be fielding because he's sparring from that end, and there isn't actually anybody at fine leg. So there is I think there's a long leg just coming in over the rope now. Starting to get the ball away now is Benison. He's played some nice strokes in this short innings, and that's going to get him another 4. So 2 Essex seamers starting to go for some runs here. 4-2-0-0-4 in this over.
So a 2nd consecutive double figure over for Lancashire.
Yes, this is actually probably the most 4s we've seen in quick succession in the entire
definitely
match.
Yeah, definitely.
Benison started well though, 23 from 27. He leaves that alone outside the off stump to do the right thing. Doesn't want to chase the last ball because he's got more than enough runs off this over. The asking rate's not really a problem at all for Yorkshire. And Benison has done a pretty good job because he's given some impetus into the innings. There haven't been too many other runs off the bat, to be honest, so he's done a particularly handy role in his innings so far. Has the 19-year-old who's playing just his 9th List A game today, 43 for 2.
Yeah, it's Middlesex only scored 9 4s in their innings. 4 6s, but only 9 4s so far. And it is Akhtar into the attack. Met with the full face of Wharton's bat, nicely played.
Well, talking of Middlesex, their 50 overs score is 354 for 8 against Sussex. 128 for Cracknell, 92 for Fernandez. So what we can say is that whatever happens, then the net run rate is not going to take any sort of a dent, because if Sussex chase that, they're going to probably spend the entire 50 overs doing it. But Middlesex looking still pretty secure in top place with a semi-final. They'll bypass the quarters, semi-final at Radlett on Sunday.
That'll be another wide. Rather too many of those so far. Just looking at Ethan Bosch's innings at the end for Middlesex, 33 off 10.
That's pretty good.
1-4 and 4 sixes.
You know, I was talking about that. He played for Essex as well, briefly.
Yes, he did.
And I was, we were talking about, when we mentioned John Turner earlier, that game in 2024, that very tight game at the end of the group stage, where Hampshire played Essex, Hampshire won, and that let Gloucestershire through. And funnily enough, Ethan Bosch came in right at the end and was struggling to hit it off a square.
Oh, I know, he has for most of the season.
Yeah, it was strange, because he's obviously showing what he could do there. Paul Newton, our colleague, was retired this season. He said that Snater should have come in ahead of him. He's probably right in that situation.
Yes, quite. Probably Paul should have come in front of him.
And sorry, 298 for 8 against Notts. Not quite as many as they might have made at 1.4 wickets for Dylan Pennington. So Notts in second. They've got a better net run rate than Surrey, who are in fourth. Both sides on 16 points. Probably going to be quite a good battle this afternoon between the two.
That is really well bowled. It will be runs.
And they'll be aware of Lancashire's huge score. Lancashire in between Notts and Surrey on 16 points, and therefore one suspects that it's a winner takes all. Probably will be the situation there. Leicestershire not playing, they're the leaders, but they have a good net run rate, appreciably better than anybody else, and a 4-point lead. So still a lot to play for in that group, but it does look as though Notts Surrey could possibly be a winner takes all.
Now, will that be called a wide, or was that all right? It was all right, just. But it is the one for the over. Bending his back there, actor. So just the 2 runs so far from this over. The 10th wide of the innings, which is by some way the second top scorer in the Yorkshire innings. Benison takes the strike and he moves on to 24, 3 off the over in the end, and after 10 overs and the end of the power play, 46 for 2 at the same point. Middlesex were 35 for 1.
So on Thursday week, the County Championship, remember that, returns. We last saw it in mid-June for a couple of games, and it's a very, very fascinating battle with only 11 points covering the top 6 teams. And in the last round of games, Hampshire and Leicestershire, who'd been stranded down at the bottom of the table, both won. So they've given themselves, respectively, a chance of staying up if they can start well on the resumption. I think we mentioned that Hampshire are playing Yorkshire. Here's Mackenzie Jones. It's, carrying on Mackenzie Jones, and that's a crowd catch to the ground. Clearly Essex have to get another couple of wickets quickly, but it's going to be very difficult defending 106 further runs in almost 40 overs.
Yes.
So Notts 116, with not too many calls for the England side. Obviously they've lost Josh Tongue. Somerset and Warwickshire on 111. Somerset will still be thinking that elusive first title is still a possibility. And then we've got Glamorgan on 107, the real surprise package. I mean, it really would be quite something if Glamorgan won the championship this year, but staying up is going to be still a pretty good feat for them, but they have been very, very good, Glamorgan. I think they've surprised many people with the consistency of their performances. Some young bowlers emerging. Mason Crane, a widely performer who could have played far more for England and might yet do so, doing well. It's nicely stopped at a backward point. And then we have Sussex, remarkable Sussex, 105. They started off, was it 12 points behind everybody else? some would say they'd be better off being in Division 2 next year for their own good, as they try and rebuild, but they won't see it that way. They'll be looking to try and we've got obviously Paul Farber is still very much involved with the club, Matt Walker.
Yeah, John Simpson's still down there. Just over pitched.
Yeah, it's a nice stroke away through the offside. That's going to go for 4 runs, just capitalising on the slightly loose ball there.
It is Jones's 6th on the trot, isn't it, this over? In this heat, that's pretty good going.
Yeah. That's interesting he's been kept on. Bowled pretty well in the over up until that point. Matt Walker appointed Sussex's men's heads coach only a few weeks ago. Former Essex. Best known for being with Kent, of course. But good people at the top there, looking to try and rebuild things for Sussex. It would be quite something if they actually won the thing, but I don't think that's going to happen.
That might be
With Sussex on 105 points, Essex. And interestingly, Sussex and Essex have got 4 wins and nobody else has got as much as that.
It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
The first division this year.
Surrey, with their 1 win, benefiting from a generous point system for draws, 91 points, 14 behind Essex, so there's a bit of a gap there. It's played away nicely for a single. And then Yorkshire on 89, so Yorkshire slightly vulnerable. That's why that game coming up at Southampton is a pretty important one, because Yorkshire, if Hampshire win it, Yorkshire in a spot of bother. Yorkshire 89, Hampshire and Leicestershire 72. I don't think Leicestershire have got enough. They did very well to win their last game, but I'm not certain, having seen them twice in successive games against Essex, that they've probably got enough over the course of the entire season. But Yorkshire, the frustrating thing for them has been their inconsistency in the Championship. They've been very good at times, but not so good at others.
Akhtar steaming in. Oh, and the attempted ramp nearly gets him in trouble there for Benison. These two put on 36 so far, of which Wharton has 5.
I think it was from memory, just looking back at it, it was Yorkshire who were their victims in that victory at Grace Road. So Leicestershire will still have hope, but it is a remarkable championship, particularly with just 11 points between 1 and 6, and that doesn't include Surrey.
Yeah, they were the 2 promoted teams, weren't they, Yorkshire and Leicestershire? So that's played out.
Glamorgan and Leicestershire, yeah.
Was it?
Yeah.
Did Yorkshire go up the year before? Yes, sorry, I'm going through a Doctor Who time warp. In which case, Glamorgan doing very well indeed. Couple of dot balls then from Akhtar to start this over. But it's wickets that Middlesex so desperately require. Essex desperately require.
Essex still have to play Yorkshire at Headingley. They have a trip to Taunton. That'll be interesting. First match after the resumption. And then Surrey and Sussex come here. And then that trip to Headingley and Warwickshire at home and Glamorgan away.
Interesting run-in. Shortish, helped round the corner. But there is a fielder down there, so it'll only be 1.
Yorkshire have Leicestershire at home after that trip to Southampton, so that's going to be one at Scarborough where they'll be looking to make amends for earlier in the season. And they've got Surrey away. That'll be interesting at the Oval, see whether there's any more prospective results at the Oval than was the case earlier the season. And then the Essex game starting on the 8th of September at Headingley.
Nicely played drive, but straight to the fielder.
Yorkshire Somerset looks a tasty one. That's also at Headingley a week later, and then they will be heading to Trent Bridge to end their campaign in the last week of September against the side that, if I had to pick anybody, not just because they're at the top at the moment, still be my favourites, I think, to win it.
And again, nice delivery from Actor, and that leaves Yorkshire on 52 for 2, requiring exactly another 100 to win this one. And a scoring rate that doesn't look impenetrable, 2.6. Essex fans who won't be able to see any more one-day cup matches here because this will be the final one, do have a chance though to get other entertainment.
Changing in, number 85, Charlie Bennett.
Do you think, well, a couple of questions, have Surrey got any realistic chance, particularly with Pope and, well, Pope might get released back to Surrey, but Lawrence will probably play him a test match. That will, I think that will hurt them. And also,
he's
do you
definitely
have any other
play,
side?
isn't he?
Yeah, I think Lawrence will definitely play. And do you have any other side that you fancy from that pack?
No, I don't. I think anyone, probably Glamorgan, it would be a pinch, but anybody else in that pack above Surrey could do it. But I'm like you. I think Nottinghamshire probably,
just
because you've won it.
Absolutely, that makes a difference, doesn't it? Particularly if Hamid finds real form, because he's been inconsistent. So Bennett has been switched. We'll expect to see a fair bit of spin fairly soon. They've decided Wesley to persist with Seam for now, but there's certainly evidence of help for the spinners earlier.
I think the other team who might surprise people is Warwickshire, because
well, they were my dark horse at the start of the season, but there seems to be a few problems, mainly with regard to the white ball. The white ball side has performed. But I think they're a good red ball team. That's a good pick-up shot. That's a very, very nice clean hit. We had one from Noah Thane about 3 or 4 hours ago when prospects were much brighter for Essex.
Didn't go that far.
That one's
that's
really
over the stands.
Well, Bennison's done terrifically well here because there haven't really been that many other runs off the bat, to be honest. He's got 36 off 42. And it's 58 for...
Yeah, only he and Matt Critchley have really looked as if they're remotely comfortable on this wicket.
Done really well. Looks another good batting prospect coming through for
the ball's gone. I need to find another one.
That's a lovely pick-up shot. I mean, Thane played something similar.
He did, didn't he?
Earlier on. But
that one went sailing out of the ground. Well, towards the indoor school over there, isn't it? So. Well, here we go. The umpire's having to choose which is the nearest to the one that we've just lost. Bennett and Colleen, again, just having a look. Not that there's much they can do with what the umpires choose anyway.
I mean, I think from the Essex point of view, if they can produce something special at Taunton, because clearly if Somerset win that game, it's going to put quite a distance between Somerset and Essex, but if they could find a way of winning at Taunton, that throws everything into the mix. But one suspects it'll be a fairly flat wicket. I think the weather will still be holding up. Not going to get a repeat of 2019, although it poured with rain for a lot of the time then, as well as being a bowler-friendly pitch, one would certainly say. But recent years, actually, there's been other examples of that. I remember a 2-day game a couple of years ago that I did there at Taunton. But one would suspect something a bit more batter-friendly. Somerset would want the batting point as well. So I suspect that they'll produce something that will favour batting a bit more than one or two of those recent pitches, but certainly be a good contest. Tends to be between the two sides. A spiky rivalry. And it's been a bit strange actually, the T20 without the annual meet-up, or two meet-ups between the two sides.
Yes.
That's a nice stroke, nice stroke away through the offside for at least 3. Being chased back towards the boundary, it'll be gathered in just in front of the rope.
Can they run 4 though?
Are they going to get back?
I think they'd run
pretty good effort from both the fielder and the batters.
You do feel for the fielder.
40 out of 62 for 2 for Benison.
I know. But you feel for the fielder. He's done all of that work. Brilliant by Ali Zeb, and he could have left it anyway.
Yeah.
All run 4.
He's playing really well, Benison, because when he's getting a good delivery, he's just checking his shot and just playing it defensively. They need 90 to win Yorkshire. 37 overs is fairly irrelevant. Essex have got to find a way of getting 8 wickets. 62 for 2. And Benison 40 from 46 balls. It really has been an excellent effort from him. It's been a season of real development for him in terms of his Yorkshire career. And say he's got 150 already in the competition this year, and there's no reason why he can't get a second one here.
Yes, he's looking increasingly comfortable. He's played all 7 matches, so must be good for a young player to feel as if you're semi-established in the side at least. Akhtar to continue bowl well so far.
Hasn't played in a championship yet.
And claiming the strangle, I think as much to stop the wide being given as anything else. I think it probably flicked the pad. No one looked truly convinced. Akhtar smiling as he walks past umpire Bashiat.
Yeah, the table would look even better for Essex and Sussex if they had a slightly more equitable points system in the championship.
Yes, it has got a little bit loaded towards the draw again.
I just
every so often they stop it and then back it comes.
18 for a win and 6 for a draw. The Jimmy Hill principle, 3 points for a win, just multiplied by 6.
Yes.
And that's just about right, because there's enough incentive to fight for a draw.
Because I suppose Surrey, on that oval wicket, there haven't been any results, but they've got lots of batting points.
Yeah.
You won't get many bowling points on it, that's for sure.
Interesting to see if leg spin makes a difference for them.
Short, cut away. That'll be 4 runs. Akhtar, who've been right on the money, that just giving a little bit loose outside off stump, and the way Beniston's going at the moment, 44 or 47, that's the 50 partnership up for these two.
Well, as I say, he's got a modest strike rate, but he's changing that today. I mean, his strike rate's in the low 60s in this competition, but he's got 44 for 47 balls.
Yep, 52 these two have now put on. Cut away again, this time slightly less convincingly, and it should go straight to 3rd.
So that 150 he's got was 63, so that's he wants to get to the 50 and then see if he can beat that to get a new list A best.
He has nicked a lot of the strike though. I'm just looking at this. He's 48. Wharton's
he's
only faced 12.
He's the only guy in form. Critchley looked okay earlier, but he might as well take as much of a strike as he can.
But Wharton's only had 12
It's amazing.
balls.
It is amazing, isn't it? It's suiting Yorkshire.
That could be a wide. It is a wide, yeah. Did look as if it was 1 a little high and 2 a little leggy.
If you've got a young batter who's making it look easy out there, and then he might as well have his moment. I think. I don't think Wharton will mind too much because
I don't think so.
It's good. It's good for the team of further development of a younger batter, and he's certainly playing. He's played beautifully, but at least Wharton has a strike now.
Wides climbs to 12, so that's punched out. Good running, make sure they get 2. Oh, and a bit of a tumble. They could probably have got a 3rd if they'd wanted, but they decide 2 will do.
Well, here's an interesting one. What we talked about Warwickshire having a pretty ordinary list A season. And the rank outsiders today, starting in 8th place in Group A on 12 points, and they got this target of 263 all out at rugby, which didn't sound great.
Oh, thickish outside edge. It'll still be 1.
But it's It seems to have very much turned into a club pitch for Kent, because they're 27 for 5 after 8, and Ethan Bamber has 4 for 10.
He's barely played in this competition, and I think that was a mistake. There was a newspaper article about the players who aren't picked for white ball cricket, of which Ethan Bamber was saying, I'm not quite sure why I'm not.
Yeah.
And if you take 4 for 10, there you
go. He'll be involved in the championship. I'm not sure Warwickshire will win it now, but I liked Warwickshire at the start of the season because I always think they're worth more than the sum of their parts. They always seem to find a way of getting out of tricky corners, particularly against Essex, mind you. But they have that habit. They shouldn't really have won at Edgbaston in April, but they did. And they've always been tough opponents, and they're coming to Chelmsford late on in September. It'll be an interesting one. Here's Bennett. Wharton on strike, but it has been it's a curious looking scorecard, not just for Kent but also for Yorkshire in many respects, because it's dominated by Benison's 45 from 48 balls. Weren't with us earlier. Noah Thane didn't get 70, didn't get 100, only got 19, but he's still just leading run scorer in the competition, because Keaton Jennings made up an awful lot of ground on him today, but didn't quite overtake him. And Jake Libby didn't get his 5th consecutive 100, but he was threatening to at one point. And what cloud we had has gone. There's a little bit of wispy high cloud, and we can see an aircraft going across over the pavilion now. A clear blue sky for the most part, and that's hit away. And a good attempt at long leg, never quite there as a catch, but it goes away for 4. A really good diving attempt to try and make something of that.
Yeah, just watching it again, I think he actually got a hand to it.
Yeah, Actor just stretched out a hand and might have just brushed it in front of the boxes. But this is shaping up into a match-winning stand, and Wharton goes to double figures.
Yes, well, he's going at nearly a run a ball. It's just
not getting any of the strike.
Yeah, he's faced 2 of the last 8 overs. 10 overs.
Surprised we haven't seen any spin by this point, I have to say. I think it's got to be tried. I'm not saying that it's going to change the match, but I do think it needs to be tried.
When you've got Simon Harmer and you saw what the spinners did earlier.
There was some evidence, yeah.
There was some big evidence.
I'm sure Wesley's very close to introducing a spin. It's been a good effort from the young bowlers, but these two have just looked a bit more comfortable in the last 4 or 5 overs.
Yes, I agree.
Plenty of space just to knock the ball away for a single. Essex 151 all out, and not looking to be enough. 45 not out from Critchley, who was basically stranded as wickets fell around him in the second half of the innings, and the loss of Rollison 7, Harmer 2 was critical, because Zeb came in and looked nice for 14, and then the rest fell away before Charlie Bennett's 15 cameo at the end. He's bowling now. And again, that's a pick-up shot, just back of a length, and he's put it away beautifully, and that is 50 for Benison. And he raises his bat. It's been a lovely knock, and for a youngster making his way in the Yorkshire side, that will get good applause from the Yorkshire balcony. And it's been very impressive. That was a beautifully executed stroke, ball just back of a length, was there, the room was there to play the shot. And he's playing to the shorter boundary, but he still executed it superbly. 83 for 2. He has 51 from 49. Yeah,
6 4s and 2 6s. That is some knock, given how difficult it seemed to be to score early on in this match. But Benison, as Matt Critchley showed earlier, it's not impossible. And if you get in, you do well. But the game is now running away very quickly from Essex. That's the 3rd successive over that 10 or more have been scored, and you just feel that they'll be doing well too. 2 or 3 quick wickets could just shake things up a bit, but they don't. They only need another 69. Akhtar will continue, so still no spin, though we might see it from the other end, I guess. But the spinners mainly seem to work. Simon Holm usually bowls from the Graham Gooch end, doesn't he?
It can vary.
Oh, it can
but,
vary, okay.
You can see him at both ends, but
well, a single off the first ball of the latest seam edition. That comes off a thickish outside edge, and it's going to go for 4. Of course it is. But Benison is now sort of realising that his eye's in. He may as well just go for it. He was trying to play the cover drive there, and it ended up going very fine past third.
Well, Durham 48 for 2 in the 8th, chasing 292 against Worcestershire. Ben Stokes is about to come in, but even he's not going to be able to make a difference to a net run rate there.
No, not on the scale
It's not,
required
yeah,
anyway.
Worcestershire, sorry, that's going to, that game could still go either way, but the key thing is that Durham aren't going to, I think they're going to make much improvement on their net run rate, whereas Yorkshire surely are, and they're already ahead of Durham in that respect. So Yorkshire looking very firm favourites to finish in second place and get a home tie on Friday.
Yes, a home quarter final.
Opponents to be determined probably a lot later this afternoon.
Possibly Lancashire. That could have gone anywhere. As it is, Wharton survives because it falls safe. Much practicing of the shot. Much practicing of the shot. But Akhtar's bowled well without a lot of luck so far.
Yeah. Surely we're going to see a spin over a spin fairly soon here. I mean, certainly the way Bess was bowling.
Yes.
If he'd hang it up there, he was getting wickets.
Well, and Chauhan and
Surely
Lyth
it'll be soon. Yeah.
both got wickets as well, so there were 5 wickets fell to spin and 5 to seam, so would seem like a decent idea, particularly as they're well over halfway there now. 63 more runs required. Should only be 1. Nicely fielded. Had to wait for the bounce, which was a pretty good one in the end. And that's the end of an over that actually cost less than 10 but still went for 7. 90 for 2.
Yeah, and Benison's innings is just, I mean, he's actually throwing it better than a run of ball now, 56 for 51.
That 6 took him above that.
Yeah, it's just basically.
Are we getting another ball here?
Any remote doubt about what might happen. But Wesley in a conference, Harmer's walking away from the bowling crease at the moment. Suggests that he might not be bowling
No,
just
it's
yet.
Colleen.
It's going to be Colleen.
So more seam.
Yeah. Obviously there'll be reasons for, but we would have expected an over spin by now. But
Coming on the ball, number 7, Mitchell Colleen.
a couple of, particularly that first performance that we saw here from Colleen.
Oh yeah, he bowled beautifully, didn't he, against Derbyshire?
Yeah. So he had to wait his turn to get into the side.
He got 1 for 14 from 6 overs or something.
Yes, that Yorkshire's going to forward an analysis like that. It needs wickets, doesn't it, now? And
It does.
An awful long way away. Need just another 60 odd to win, 60 exactly at the moment. And Benison has just batted superbly well. But Colleen, as I say, had to wait his chance, and he's been able to contribute, particularly here at Chelmsford, he's looked pretty good.
He's
And,
played 2 matches now, hasn't he?
Might be his third.
Oh, it
actually.
is his third. You're
'Cause
absolutely
he played
right.
at Arundel and didn't find it quite so easy because it was a flatter
and
wicket.
then played against Worcestershire as well. You're absolutely right.
But what he's done is a lot of that line and length bowling we've just seen there, which has been very impressive. But doesn't have the runs to work with here, clearly. That's another good delivery, another good example of what he does. So it's ironic that it is the homegrown Essex bowlers who've been more to the fore, I think, in terms of Bennett and Mackenzie Jones than the new signings. Whether Colleen will be able to force his way, indeed Zaman Akhtar, to what extent they'll be able to force their way into the championship side if Essex want to rotate their seam bowling attack. It'll be more difficult with, I would presume, Fane will be penciled in probably to play every game, given that he's the fourth seamer. I mean, that's the key thing. Unless they want to go in with 4 out and out quicks at a particular venue. But this time of year, given this very dry summer, probably less reason for doing that. The sort of fourth holding seamer role is probably good enough. So it's probably going to be quite hard for Colleen to get into the championship side, and maybe even Akhtar as well. But of course, one thing that is quite dependent is the availability of Sam Cook.
That's another
so
really
we'll have
good
to wait
over.
and see, but he bowled nicely there.
Here we go. Simon Harmer.
At the Graham Gooch end, number 11, Simon Harmer.
But Colleen bowled really well because the previous 4 overs had gone for 38.
Yeah.
And he just 2 off his.
He just hasn't got the runs to play with here, but you've got a feeling if he was bowling and defending a good
Yes.
score, the batters will be finding it difficult to get away,
Yes,
and
very
therefore
hard to force.
might make a mistake.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here, they can more or less just play him out. But now Harmer, is it going to be any of the help but Bess and to an extent Lythe got earlier?
He's bowling round the wicket to the right-hander and beats him all ends up first ball.
I think that turned a bit.
It did.
I think it might as well have a couple of men around the bat and see if we can bowl them out.
Well, I think it's the only way.
Yeah.
If he starts turning it square on this thing. I'm interested to know, the thinking behind the bowling round the wicket. Because it makes LBs and everything else quite a lot harder to get. But he knows what he's doing. Slightly quicker ball and turned around the corner nicely, and they'll run through for a quick single.
Well, we did say actually on one of the commentaries earlier on that we did fancy a Roses match somewhere along the line in these knockout stages, and that could yet happen, particularly Lancashire's batting form and Yorkshire's bowling form.
It's nicely guided, but straight to the player.
It may be in the quarter-final, it may be later. We shall have to wait and see, but
this is tidy stuff from Harmer, just the single so far. First ball had the batter in all sorts of trouble. That's nicely played. And so a couple of singles from the over, so at least Colleen and Harmer have slowed down the run rate, but that's really not going to make a huge amount of difference. It's wickets that are required. 58 more runs needed. The required run rate is under 2 and over. There is the worm. As you can see, Yorkshire's worm is rather crowing above the Essex one.
yeah,
Slowed it down a little in the last couple of overs, but that leap up from about over 7.
Colleen, Nice back foot force. And, look for the second run, it's not there. But yep, started off tidily enough. Colleen, interested to see if Critchley gets a bit of a run out as well, but problem is 152, and a disappointment for a good crowd that's come in today. Not enough to make a real match of it, one suspects. Well, 151 was the score, 152 the target.
Nice stop in his follow through. But yeah, the difference is Yorkshire are scoring at 5 and over, where Essex struggled to ever get it above 4 when they were batting.
Nice stroke away for a single out to deep mid wicket. I say it's almost, given a Yorkshire win looks fairly inevitable here, that maybe it was a good thing in the end that this wasn't a live match from the Essex point of view, because it would have been very, very disappointing for the crowd, even more disappointing had it been. Yes, they might have slightly had a stronger bowling attack, but I'm not sure a great deal would have changed with the batting because of the lack of availability of players in the 100. It's been quite a lot of, I mean, it has helped slightly that some players have been released generally for sort of one game and then gone back to their 100 franchises, but I have noticed a slight upping in the sort of online animosity about players' non-availability, particularly given the fact they're not playing as they were last year in the 100. They're in the squads but not playing necessarily much. And I think that has upset a few, and I can absolutely understand why, but which is probably where we are at the moment. Not much can be done about it. Just have a feeling it was something I saw discussed on a podcast, something that I can't remember, it was when me and Mark and myself were talking about, and I think it might have been us for the Hampshire game. That's a big hit, but not far enough, I think. Could it be caught? Just clearing the fielder at long on, running back, and in the end it got an awful lot of distance in the air, but just far enough to avoid being caught by mid-on running back. So that's a good piece of bowling from Colleen to produce the deception and produce the full shot. But tantalisingly, although it was in the air for an awful long time, it's fallen and it's been stopped within the boundary, but not a catch and not a 4 either. Yeah,
bad luck from Charlie Bennett. He just couldn't get back in time. He did well actually to stop the 4, but a toughie. 4 off the over then in the end. 98 for 2 now. Simon Harmer. Flicked into the leg side pretty comfortably by Benison, who moves to 60. So his highest score in this competition is 63. Yeah. That's clumped into the leg side, but should only be 1.
Yeah, so a good chance. I mean, we're coming towards the end of a 20th
100.
over. Yorkshire will be expecting, I think, to win this game before the end of the 30th.
Yes, I had sort of around the 30 over mark, 5 and over in my head when they set off. Oh, but it won't be Benison getting them there, and he won't get a new top score because he has just dolloped the ball back to Simon Harmer, caught and bowled, and Harmer makes the breakthrough.
Yeah, well, I think there's an argument that Harmer might have bowled earlier, but I'm sure Westies had good reasons for making the decisions that he has. But one thing that wasn't a surprise was Harmer getting a wicket within 8 deliveries.
Yes.
On a pitch that has been offering some turn, and that one popped back at him. Bad luck, Benison. Played really well, but Harmer, such an expert practitioner, floated that one up and produced the full shot. He was reaching for it. The ball hit high on the back and actually just popped back very comfortably for Harmer, which was a reasonably comfortable caught and bowled chance, as about as comfortable as they get in that category. So Whiteman coming in, and the end of Benison for a very fine 60, which backs up that 63 he made earlier on.
Yeah, 7 4s, 2 6s, just 59 balls. Just set his side on the way, didn't he?
Yep.
15 for 2 when he, well, 12 for 1 when he came out, but then they were 15 for 2. Could have stuttered. Instead, he took the initiative, wrested it back, and now he's left his side only requiring another 52 with 7 wickets in hand. Whiteman comes out to join Wharton, so that's going to be fun and games with Wharton and Whiteman. And Sam Whiteman, the Australian, 7 matches, 316 runs at 63. Let's just watch the replay again. Just checked it. You can see he knew the minute it had happened, it was just going to dolly back to the bowler. So lefty. Sort of a thickish outside edge all along the ground. Slip is now in for the new batter. Noah Thane. It's tidy from Harmer.
Yeah, I think certainly having a slip in is sensible, because Essex's only hope is to try and get 3 wickets out of nothing here.
There was an argument possibly for bringing him on a teeny bit earlier, but as it is, he's conceded 4 runs from his 2 overs. He's taken a wicket, and that's pretty Simon Harmer-like bowling. 1 for 4 from 2 overs, 100 for 3 at the end of the 20th.
So at New Road, Durham 74 for 2 in the 11th, chasing 292 to beat Worcestershire. So their run rate is pretty good. Stokes has been held back there. He hasn't come in at 4. He's down at 5. But obviously they will try and accelerate, I'm sure. Maybe that's the role that Stokes is going to play later on. But can't see them overtaking Yorkshire's net run rate, which is already superior. But that match bubbling up, looking quite a good one. As it must be said, is the game at the Oval. That looks pretty even. Notts need 299. It could well be a winner takes all in terms of a qualification. They're 24 for 1 in the 8th. And Dan Worrell, who's been released back to Surrey for this game, has got a wicket there. Killeen continuing this very accurate bowling. Just 6 runs conceded in 14 deliveries, and he's done it very well. It's nicely struck away, but it will be stopped just in front of the boundary rope. There's interest in a second run, more from Wharton, but it's not on. There's no point in taking risks with run-outs.
No, absolutely.
Well, Somerset 33 for 2 in the 6th over, chasing 444. Both wickets for Aspinall, and a really big Lancashire victory could see them finish second and deny us the Roses match, at least for the time being. But they could, if Somerset fall in a heap, they could potentially win that game by quite a big margin. But very, very nice, accurate bowling from Killeen. Kent Park mini recovery, 66 for 5 after 14 overs at Rugby, chasing 264 against Warwickshire. And Hampshire 75 for 2 in the 12th, chasing 318 at the Utility Bowl against Derbyshire. So that game has certainly evened up, because Derbyshire were bang in charge early on. Just milking the occasional single. No worry for Yorkshire about the odd quiet over. It's really just a question, I think, particularly if Harmer can somehow get a couple of wickets in an over.
Yes, that would be interesting.
That would perhaps make a bit of a difference.
But I like what Killeen is doing to support Harmer.
And at Radlett, Sussex 24 for 1 after 4, chasing 3.55 to beat Middlesex. So the one thing we know is that the worst case scenario for Middlesex is that their net run rate won't be damaged, and it could yet be improved. It's already very, very good. So certainly in this group it does look, at the moment, the most likely scenario is that the top 3 will stay the same. Durham's key thing is to make sure they win, because
Yes.
Hampshire, if they can get their way back into that game, still got a chance, but
Harmer back in to the attack, and that beats the diving cover fielder. Harmer with his head in his hands.
basically if Durham were to win against Worcestershire, I think Hampshire probably had it, but if that result went the other way and Hampshire were to find a way of winning against Derbyshire, that could get very tight.
Sensible batting this by Wharton. Knows he doesn't have to rush. Knows they only need 2 and over, which they've already got in this over.
Would you like, obviously I saw, in fact everyone's been complaining, we've had complaints about too many games in a row in this competition, and also even one of the 100 sides, I think it was Welsh Fire, saying that their tall fast bowlers don't like sitting in a bus.
Oh right, okay.
Which is understandable.
Thickish outside edge, but nicely played along the ground.
I can't remember who it was, but I think someone from Welsh Fire was saying that there's an awful lot of travelling.
Well, there would be for Welsh
them,
Fire,
yeah,
isn't it?
that's
There's
true,
more for
yeah.
them than most of the others. That's nicely played by Whiteman, and we get a single from this.
I suppose when you're on the bus you can count your paycheck and that'll
Yes.
take away the pain a little
Exactly.
bit. But I do think the 5 games in 9 days for some of these sides is quite a lot.
With the travel,
yes.
I agree. And obviously it was planned before they knew it was going to be 30 degrees this summer. Right, another good over, just 3 from it from Harmer, and there you can see what he has done. He has applied brakes.
Not many,
1 for 7 for 3.
not many sides will actually have to, possibly play the full 5 days. For example, Middlesex will have a round off. Yorkshire didn't play on Sunday, so but there will be 1 or 2 sides that might face that prospect, and it is a long old haul with the travelling and the heat as well. But and then of course there's a wait until mid-September or even the second half of September before the final comes along at Trent Bridge. Could Radlett stage that if it's Middlesex, sorry?
You wouldn't get many people in.
There'll be someone who says, if it is Middlesex, sorry, there'll be somebody who says, hang on.
As
we'll
has
play
to be a
bit more
neutral
like-
ground.
Yeah, toss for home advantage. But Notts would very like to be involved in their own final, which they've not tended to be very good at being able to do so far. They've had as much luck as Warwickshire in the T20 at Edgbaston, in fact.
Yes, of course.
That's a nice stroke. Well stopped at third man denies the second run. And that was nicely played off the back foot. And Mackenzie Jones preventing the second run. But clean, very accurate. And the thing is, from the Essex point of view, it needs to be wickets, given the fact that there are so few runs to play with. Harmer's got 1, 2 for Jones.
46 needed.
So this game, at the moment, from an Essex point of view, a little bit anticlimactic, but certainly the 3 previous games here have all been interesting. One was a very complete Essex performance against Worcestershire. I would say the one truly complete performance in the group phase. Interesting games against Derbyshire, which was won, and Hampshire, which was lost. Both could have gone either way at various points.
Yep.
say, quite a few positives for Essex to take. One or two issues that were beyond their control. Lack of senior players for the first match would be one example. But in a way, they're almost back to where they were this time last year, with a slow start counting against them. And also being in what does appear to be the tougher of the two groups. But maybe it's a good idea to think about having a regional, a north-south split for this guy, because it might make it a bit easier. Think about Durham, Lancashire, Yorkshire, all playing the same group.
Yeah, where did Glamorgan play?
Well, I would
probably in the south.
Basically, as the T20 was, just for less travel, particularly if you're going to play so many games in quick succession. I remember a lot of these sides who were playing each other in the T20 are not now. So you're not getting Essex Somerset, you're not getting Essex Gloucestershire.
I know, but I've quite enjoyed. I know it has been travel and what have you. It's been good to see these teams, and the two tables have worked out quite interestingly as well.
And slightly differently as well. Nice late deflection there. That's a good piece of placement, and that looks to be a good attempt that hasn't succeeded. I think it's Mackenzie Jones out there. It was a good attempt, but
done all the hard work.
Beaten by a very nice, deft, late deflection. And Yorkshire continue moving along very calmly. That's a useful boundary at this stage. So Whiteman has moved along to 8. Wharton will be there on strike for Harbour's next over, but Whiteman's deflection there was a very nice stroke indeed. Just leaving it late and playing it very fine.
Yeah, so 41 now required. The required run rate is 1.5. And that 4 hurried things up. Basically, it looks to me as if they've just said, well, we'll just keep Harmer out and see what runs we can get at the other end.
Now, interesting. Durham 79 for 4, Stokes out for 1. 13th over, they're chasing 292 at New Road. Now, so they lose that, their net run rate is going to take a bit of a knock. Worcestershire's will be benefited.
Some nice bowling, tucking up the batter. Slightly wild throw coming in now that rather took Rolifson by surprise, but he recovered promptly.
So it's a question there, if Worcestershire win, will they make up the net run rate deficit that they have with Durham?
That's another beautiful guide. That's going to go all the way for 4. That's a lovely shot from Wharton. He's seeing the ball nicely now. He's not trying to score too fast. It's just if there are opportunities, I'll take them. I'm not going to hit the ball dangerously into areas where I might get out.
Yes, these two have taken it on well since Benison got out.
Yeah, not trying to score at the same rate. Just keep the scoreboard ticking over. Well, that'll be another single. So 5 off this over. It's all very nice. 116 for 3. Still a ball to go.
Oh, surprise, surprise, summer 2026 on course to be the hottest ever. Well, it was the hottest June, it's the second hottest July, so no surprise at all. And I think it's going to be a fairly warm August.
Yes.
No surprise at all, news coming through there.
It's even those of us old enough to remember back end of 75 and 76, this is different.
Yeah.
So end of the over. 5 from it, 116 for 3.
Well, 76, it started raining around about the August bank holiday, and then it's raining. It was a very wet September, I think, and it'd been very dry for about 18 months.
That's quite a depressing. We'll come back to the weather illness a bit. Yes, that's quite a depressing Manhattan. I'm afraid the Yorkshire city is looking rather more rather more fully habitated. That's not a word, is it? There are more people in the Manhattan of Yorkshire. Anyway, carry on, Nick. Where were you with weather?
I was saying that it did start raining in September 50 years ago, but there's not much sign of that on the long-range forecast. I have seen one forecast saying, confidently predicting it will rain an awful lot in October and November, and we'll probably have storms, which
Of course.
probably won't be ideal. All down to this El Nino thing, which can really disrupt weather patterns at all times of the year. But suddenly hasn't produced a sort of typical summer so far.
Well, I think it might become that.
Well, it's 117 on the board for 3. We can't see the 3 on the scoreboard. It's an odd thing that. It's actually camouflaged by some other letters and numbers, but it is 3. Essex would rather it was 8.
Oceans and seas are the hottest they've ever been.
Yes,
Well,
particularly the Mediterranean, apparently. It's off an edge there, down to third man. That does sound rather not very good. If you're on a holiday in the Mediterranean, you want to go into the sea to cool down, you find that it actually is unpleasantly warm. It's obviously not very refreshing at all.
I might be a party pooper, but I'm rather more worried about the fish than
Yeah, oh
the
yeah, that's
tourists.
the other thing, of course. A new fish species emerging as well. So it's and a lot of the current species under attack. So it is. I mean, quite just worrying developments. But and of course the other thing, of course, is we are probably going to get more of these fires that we've had in Dorset and Suffolk, sadly.
Yes, and now Hampshire as well, isn't it? The New Forest,
Yeah.
all through a van.
Yeah,
catching fire.
Hampshire Dorset border, isn't it? Round about there, in the New Forest.
That's nice.
Played late and played pretty effectively. A lot of runs being scored down to third man at the moment, but everything counts, and there have been some very deft shots actually from both batters. Wharton, after playing second fiddle very much in the partnership with Benison, has come into his own, played some nice strokes.
Really has, hasn't he? He's looked in complete control. Knows exactly what he needs to do.
So if Durham were to lose that game against Worcestershire, it probably then develops into a 3-way battle if Hampshire win, between Durham, Hampshire and Worcestershire. So that could be very tight, and we won't know the outcome of that until long after this game is finished. But that is 25 overs, 122 for 3. It means a further 30 runs are needed, and Essex, I guess, will look back on this game. They won't spend too long looking back on it, because of course I think the next thing will be a break, and then they'll be turning their attention to Red Bull practice. But obviously they just lost too many wickets, and Yorkshire's bowling attack really
as we can
has
see,
overwhelmed them. With Coates 3 wickets, Bess's 3, 2 for Hill, bonus wicket for Lythe, and really very, very good indeed.
But I think Essex will be good, because at this stage they were 98 for 4, and lost 6 wickets in the next 15 overs, only adding another 54. And as you had mentioned, you were worried that the tail wouldn't wag, and sadly again it didn't really. Apart from, I suppose, Charlie Bennett, you can...
It's one of those things I don't think there's an awful lot. I mean, because if you change the balance of the side, so Harmer's coming at number 8, you're then looking at just bowling 3 spinners, 3 seamers probably, 3 out and out seamers. I mean, plus Noah Thane. They might think about... I think 5 out and out seamers as at Arundel might have been. But again, you had a situation there where, you know, again, you having to sort of get the balance of the side right in Harmer's absence, and Harmer, of course, helps to balance the side.
Of course he does, and has balanced it beautifully today. He's actually bowled really nicely today. It's all probably a little bit too late, but 1 for 12 from 4, really nicely. Killeen has been tidy as well, none for 20 from his 5. 2 wickets for Jones up at the top there, but a few too many wides, and that excellent knock from Benison that just knocked the stuffing out of the chase, didn't it? Just made sure that the chase was very comfortable indeed. Now, you suggested they might get there around the 30 over mark, so they need 30 from the next 5 overs, which would be about right.
Yeah, I mean, particularly with Durham's problems, to removed any great concern for Yorkshire, and now nailed on to finish in second place, one would have thought, in this group. And they'll wait to see, probably on the journey back later on today, who their opponents will be. It's still wide open as a guess who that might be at this stage.
Harmer to continue from the Graham Gooch end. And Whiteman, I doubt, will take any risks against Harmer.
Interesting to see what sort of pictures, if the weather does continue like this, that we do get as we go through the last 6 weeks of the championship.
That is true. So that's just run wide of the bowler up to long off, and they can trot through for a simple single. Whiteman moves into double figures. The Australian played Australian under 19s. Not entirely convincing, but a single nonetheless. Steps back, cuts away, nice looking shot. Only for one. Oh, and we should mention it's Matt Critchard's 30th birthday on Thursday.
All right.
So he couldn't get to a birthday half century, sadly, because he ran out of partners. But yes, it's the big 3-0 on Thursday. That's the trouble with bowling round the wicket. Unlikely to get that, Simon.
It's a bit of a what-if game, isn't it? I mean, if Yorkshire had batted first, or if
Yes.
Essex had been able to get some more top-order runs. But there were early signs, weren't there? The way that Thane and Benkenstein, one very good shot apiece, accepted, were struggling against the Yorkshire seamers.
Very much so, and getting increasingly frustrated, and trying all manner of shots to try and break the leash.
In terms of who Yorkshire were going to play, I think we can start to rule out Kent, because they're 85 for 6, chasing 264 in the 19th over, and they need something very special from there at rugby. And it looks like they'll finish on 16 points, but that will not be enough for them. It's one side that's unlikely to qualify from the vast numbers in contention in that group. We are going to see Critchley finally.
Yes, the near birthday boy.
But I think a few players, particularly given the warm weather, particularly those teams that haven't qualified, will be grateful for the break, particularly given the heat expected on Thursday and Friday. That's another good example of a stroke down to third man where a lot of runs are being scored. Very good at that shot, Whiteman. Waited late.
They both are, both he and Warden have scored pretty heavily down there.
So with Critchley bowling to Whiteman, he's actually sort of hitting it against the spin, so to speak, but it's played it very well. Critchley just pulls out of his run up. But Essex will be, again, mixed feelings, not qualifying. They haven't qualified since 2021, but probably got a little bit more to there. They took more out of things last year than the year before, and I think probably again there's been a slight uptick, and particularly obviously Noah Thane in particular, Mackenzie Jones, Benkenstein at Cardiff.
But there were certainly 2 other games they could and probably should have won. If they'd done that, it would have made this an interesting.
Arguably a game they ought to have lost as well, which is a Derbyshire
Yes,
game.
that's true. That is true.
Derbyshire probably quite wondering, because they had a bit of a run, Derbyshire, actually, in the middle of a competition, but damage had been done. So one's tucked up to long on for a single. I think it's very much a case of get to this competition this time next year, assemble as strong a side as possible, and hope you don't get bits of bad luck like Charlie Allison being called up for the 100, which probably wasn't anticipated earlier on.
It's a good stop.
I mean, Allison, if he'd been able to play a number of games, I know he got that naught when he did play, but I'm sure he would have made a very important contribution. Just get the feeling that Allison being available, or indeed any of the other more senior batters who've been in the 100, you would have had a side more like the balance for the Hampshire game, so
Yes.
just a little bit more depth in the batting. It would have meant just 3 seamers, but with conditions the way they are,
That may not
probably
have
just
been-
about get away with that and probably have the extra batter. But we've had quite a few differences in the balance of the Essex side. Generally, we've had most of the time 4 seamers. But at least Harmer's return did help to balance things a little bit. 133 for 3, a further 19 required.
Yes, or just a small matter of 23 overs. So
Yeah.
don't
Venison's
think,
innings really was very good, 60 from 59 balls.
wasn't it? It's not the difference between the 2 sides. I think that was the bowling,
Yep.
but it certainly made the target pretty straightforward. Harmer, of course, got rid of him. Can he just put some doubts in the mind? That's driven up to long on, and they trot through for a single. Just 17 runs now required. Sorry, 18 I added. I was busy adding runs.
Yeah, strangely early time for the game to be coming to an end, 2 minutes past 4.
I know. Well, we're going to be 30 overs light, aren't we? It's almost a third of a game. Nice stop going the wrong way for Harmer.
Yeah, some good things to take away, but overall the slow start, those early defeats, not helping. And obviously, once they lost to Hampshire, they had a bit of a mountain to climb. But a very, very good performance against Worcestershire, so that was an outstanding team performance.
Wharton happy just to wait for a ball he can score off. If he can't, why bother? 2 runs from Harmer's over. He's bowled really, really tidily, going for less than 3 and over at the moment. Well, actually just over 3 and over now. As they go through for 2. So 19 off his 6 overs, but that's really tidy stuff. But now just 15 runs required in the small matter of 22 overs.
Yeah, so a number of these other games just developing. Notts 58 for 2 in the 14th, chasing 299 at the Oval. That, as you think, will go quite a long way. Kent are now 7 down, 100 for 7, so they look to be heading for defeat, still needing a further 164 at Rugby. Somerset 65 for 2 in the 13th, giving it a go, but they've got to get a total of 444 to beat Lancashire. Yes, that's just played away for a single towards deep cover.
So they need to score at nearly 9 and over, and they're going at 4 and over at the moment.
Yeah, or 5 and over, yeah. So
might be leaving themselves a little bit to do.
It's a quick single. Gloucestershire playing well at Cheltenham again, 110 for 1 in the 17th, chasing 309 to beat Northants. That will certainly knock Northants out if they lose that game. And in this group, quick single, but in the end, throw from Wesley.
They're taking singles to positions they shouldn't be getting singles.
Yeah.
But they're running really well and
putting pressure on the fielders.
Yep.
And only 12 runs needed. But it's been a useful workout for Yorkshire with the bat after that quiet start where no one could really lay a bat on it. Benison's innings really got them going, and Wharton and Whiteman have consolidated since. So the latest from this group, Hampshire, whose hopes were briefly revived, are now in trouble, 110 for 4, chasing 318 to beat Derbyshire at the Utility Bowl. And Sussex are 43 for 2 in the 11th, chasing 355 to beat Middlesex at Radlett.
This is
Durham 98 for 4 in the 18th, chasing 292 at New Road. So, in terms of this group,
can someone overtake Durham?
well, it's going to be a question of can Worcestershire win that game well enough to draw back the net run rate.
But they're not that different, are they?
Yeah, plus 0.3 for Durham and minus 0.1 for
exactly.
Worcester.
If they can get Durham out for a couple of hundred, that would be very interesting.
And I say Hampshire looked as though they might be part of the equation a few minutes ago, but they've just lost 2 quick wickets. They have to win Hampshire to have any chance.
And that's swept away for a single. Now just 10 required. They're not going to. It doesn't look as if they're going to do it within 30 overs.
But quickly enough. They're going to get a net.
Slip comes in too. Bit of attacking going on here. Essex really deciding they've got to go for it, and that's a single. And the poor Slip has to run all the way back to fine leg. So quite a lot of work for the unfortunate Noah Thane. And now it comes to him in his new position. And it'll be another single. So 8 required now. Thane runs all the way back in to Slip to the left-hander. Certainly keeping his steps up today. That's pretty wide outside off stump, but not wide enough to trouble the umpire. One more ball for Harmer's 7th over, 1 for 22. And there's extra bounce and vim from that. Lovely delivery from Harmer. Doesn't get any joy from it though, sadly. Deserved something. 144 for 3.
Well, it's fair to say that Essex haven't really been outplayed in any of the games up until arguably this one.
Yes.
And that was something that did happen quite a few times in the earlier years of this competition. So, yeah, that's something that they can regard as look at the competition as a whole as a plus.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
today has not been a particularly
no,
game. It haven't got enough runs.
It just hasn't they haven't fired almost from the word go. They didn't lose. When did they lose their first? They didn't lose a wicket until the 10th over, but they'd struggled up till then to just get going.
Hard to really gauge the pitch in relation to a toss decision, because obviously batting was difficult early on, but it's fair to say that these two and Benison have over time made it look more comfortable.
And Yorkshire would have bowled anyway.
Yeah. That was a quick single. That was a pretty good percentage.
Yeah.
Single, no problem with that one. One or two have been quite tight. Yeah, more
Lovely
runs
shot.
out of third man. Well, that's been a real feature, and Whiteman in particular has been very, very good on that stroke.
Well, he scored 25 off 30 without
Most of
seeming
them
to
down
do
there.
anything.
Yeah,
And most of them down there, you're absolutely right.
he's played very well. Strength for Yorkshire is certainly their bowling, but in the absence of all the runs of Imam Hack, they've done pretty well as a batting unit as well this season. Having to scrape a victory in a low-scoring game against Glamorgan, but some good victories away from there. This has been one of the more convincing ones, and they have looked a bit of a class apart in terms of their development as a 50-over side.
Yep.
And to be honest, not just of Essex, but a lot of the teams, other teams in the group. It's doing it very easily at the moment.
Scores are level.
151 for 3. They've got there in 31 overs, so yeah, more or less a sort of rate that we were expecting.
Yes, around the 5 and over.
So it's still really all to play for in Group A as to what's going to happen. That Notts-Surrey game is pretty close. Lancashire, you would have thought, have got too many runs for Somerset, and it looks as though Kent have had it in terms of their remote chances. But that will develop as the afternoon goes on.
Harmer then. Well, they're going to have to wait for the single for another ball at least, as Wharton plays with the high front elbow.
Actually, Kent's chances were reasonably good at the start of the day, but they're not so good now.
Harmer. Again, we get the defensive shot, and the fans, I can see, standing up around us, ready to go, either to celebrate if they're Yorkshire or commiserate if they're Essex. He's going to bowl a maiden, isn't he? Definitely. Crowd getting restive. Just the one run required. Essex have got everybody saving the single. And that will do it. Finally, the patience goes. Wharton hits the winning runs, and he also reaches his 50 with that shot, which I think he thoroughly deserved to. 77 balls for his 50.
Yeah, he played the support role early on, didn't he? But he's very much come into things since Benison got out, and has looked very good. And that's his third 50 of the campaign. So he and Whiteman have 3 each, and you can add the 2 centuries and a 50 for Luxton. So
Yeah.
they've been sort of like the dominant players in terms of the batting, but they look a decent batting unit, Yorkshire, but they look a very, very good bowling unit, and that is going to stand them in stead when they get to the knockout stages, and there will be not at all easy opponents for whoever comes to Headingley, which is what we're anticipating. It's all to be confirmed, of course, but the way it's shaping up is it looks very much as though Yorkshire are going to finish second, and we'll have a home tie in the quarterfinals on Friday, and whoever goes there is going to have their work cut out, particularly when they're batting, because this is a bowling unit, even without Cliff today, but looks to be in very good form.
No, but sad for Essex. That's the end of their one-day campaign. 3 wins and 5 defeats in the end, and this one by some way the biggest, by 7 wickets with over 18 overs remaining. So it was quite a thumping in the end from Yorkshire, who just looked very professional and very slick from the word go. And as Nick was rightly saying, they bowled absolutely brilliantly, just confining Essex to 151 all out. Only really Matt Critchley with his 45 looked as if he was batting on the same wicket as most of the Yorkshire side. There's the match summary. Dennison's better than a runner ball, 60, and then Wharton's steady as she goes, 51 not out, in the accompanied by Whiteman, as they put on over 50 for the fourth wicket and saw their side home, as you see, by the 18.2 overs remaining. So they'll get quite a big boost to their net over run rate, not that they really needed it. They will almost certainly finish second, have a home quarter-final. Middlesex, having batted so well, look as if they should be fine for the semi-final home match next Sunday. But for Chelmsford, from Chelmsford, that's it until the county championship, I guess, Nick.
Yeah, and as I say, a couple of interesting games of both these sides coming up when the championship resumes in about a week's time, 9 days' time, isn't it? It starts on the Thursday, so still obviously a lot to go in some of the other games, but it's looking good for Worcestershire against Durham. They might actually be able to sneak into third place, the champions, because Hampshire are in trouble against Derbyshire. So it could yet be that the champions from last year, Worcestershire, could yet make it into the knockout phase. I say Group A still very much wide open. Lancashire clearly favourites against Somerset, but a lot of the other games, the Kent aside, who look like they're about to lose to Warwickshire, a lot of the other games still intriguingly poised.
Well, Nick Gledhill and myself, Guy Swindles, thanks very much for joining us for this one-day cup campaign for the home matches here at Chelmsford. We're sorry there aren't going to be any more of them, but thanks very much for joining us, and trust you've enjoyed the coverage of the Metro Bank One-Day Cup here on the Essex County Cricket Club website, and goodbye from both of us.
Yeah, thank you very much, Guy, and wish you all a good afternoon.
Unfortunately,